Chapter 42:27. After a while, when Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed, the old man from the heavenly human tribe and the others began to move again. They activated the formation to extract the forbidden power from Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming resisted with all his might. No matter what, he would not let them extract the forbidden power. Both sides were in a stalemate. Not long after, Lu Ming's body was on the verge of collapse. His body was tattered and he was in great pain. However, Lu Ming had experienced all kinds of pain along the way. This pain was nothing. Lu Ming did not even make a sound. The old man from the heavenly human tribe and the others had no choice but to stop. This was because if they continued, Lu Ming's body would completely collapse and he would die on the spot. The forbidden power would also disappear. After Lu Ming's injuries were healed, they continued to attack him. This went on for several times. It was a pity that Lu Ming withstood it every time. This made the old man from the heavenly human tribe and the others' faces become extremely gloomy. They did not expect that Lu Ming's willpower would be so strong at such a young age. An ordinary person would not be able to withstand such continuous pain. This kid, old ancestor, what should we do now? One of the Lord of Heaven said. Facing such a Lu Ming, even the Lord of Heaven who had lived for countless years was furious. He could not kill him, but he could not let him go either. He was too difficult to deal with. Put him in the 1,000 flames furnace. Let's see how long he can last. The old man from the heavenly human tribe said coldly. All right, old ancestor is wise. The other Lord of Heaven revealed a look of joy. Then they looked at Lu Ming coldly. Brat, it is best that you quickly yield and cooperate with us to extract the taboo energy. That way, you will be able to suffer less. Otherwise, you will have to suffer in the 10,000 flame furnace. The pain of being burned by 10,000 flames will be 10 times or even 100 times worse than before, one of the Lord of Heaven said coldly. Do as you wish. You want me to cooperate with you to extract the forbidden power? Impossible. Lu Ming said indifferently. You're courting death. The Lord of Heaven was so angry that he glared. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's enter the 10,000 flames furnace. The heavenly human tribe elder waved his hand, grabbed Lu Ming, and left this place. Not long after, they came to another secret room. There was a huge furnace here. Standing outside, they could feel the terrifying temperature inside the furnace. With a loud bang, the heavenly human tribe elder tossed Lu Ming into the 10,000 flames furnace. The flames of the 10,000 flames furnace will not burn a person to death. It will only burn slowly. However, the pain it brings is 10 times or even 100 times that of ordinary flames. Let's see how long this kid can last. The heavenly human elder said coldly. Old ancestor is wise. Using the 10,000 flames furnace to refine this brat, his mind will quickly collapse. At that time, he will naturally obediently beg for mercy, and we can easily extract the taboo energy. One of the Lord of Heaven bowed and said, his flattery was obvious. That's right. The 10,000 flames furnace is no small matter. In history, not many people have been able to last for more than 7 days. I guess this brat will be able to last for 3 days at most. Another Lord of Heaven said, well, from the previous situation, this brat's mind is very tenacious and his willpower is very strong. I think 3 days is more than enough, but at most 5 days. The heavenly human tribe elder made a judgment. Old ancestor is wise. The Lord of Heaven flattered him again. They quietly waited for Lu Ming to surrender. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon, 4 days had passed and it was close to 5 days. However, there was still no movement in the 10,000 flames furnace. There was also no sound of Lu Ming begging for mercy. The faces of the heavenly human tribe elder and the others were a little ugly. The heavenly human tribe elder was confident that Lu Ming would be able to last for 5 days at most before begging for mercy. However, it was close to 5 days now and Lu Ming still hadn't begged for mercy. This made him a little embarrassed. If they didn't know very well that the 10,000 flames furnace wouldn't burn Lu Ming to death, they would have thought that Lu Ming had died in it. They continued to wait. Soon, 5 days passed, then 6 days, 7 days. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. They had previously said that very few people could last for more than 7 days in the 10,000 flames furnace. But now, Lu Ming had surpassed. This made their faces even uglier. Lu Ming's willpower was beyond their imagination. The heavenly human tribe elder's face was even more embarrassed. "Let's see how long this brat can last," one of the Lord of Heaven gritted his teeth and said. They continued to wait. 8 days, 9 days, 10 days. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had stayed in the 10,000 flames furnace for a whole month. Yes, Lu Ming hadn't said a word for a whole month. "Brat, are you going to give in or not?" Even with the wisdom of the heavenly human tribe elder, he couldn't help but take the initiative to ask. "What do you mean by giving in? It's very comfortable and warm inside. Don't let me out. I still want to stay a little longer." Lu Ming's disdainful voice sounded from the 10,000 flames furnace. The heavenly human tribe elder and the others clenched their fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. They almost went berserk. Infuriating. It was really too infuriating. "It's very comfortable to stay in the 10,000 flames furnace? Do you think we're uneducated and want to lie to us?" This brat. The heavenly human tribe elder and the others were furious. They felt that Lu Ming was like a hedgehog that they couldn't bite. "Ancestor, what should we do now?" one of the Lord of Heaven asked. "This brat's willpower is more tenacious than I expected. The 10,000 flames furnace is probably useless. How about this? We'll throw him into the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison is filled with terrifying inner demon fire. In the heavenly prison, he will be tortured by the inner demon fire at all times. Anyway, we're not in a hurry. Let's see how long he can last in a few stellar years." The heavenly human tribe elder said coldly. "That's the only way. Then let this brat stay in the heavenly prison. Ancestor, go back and rest. Leave the rest to us," one of the Lord of Heaven said. But the heavenly human tribe elder nodded and stepped out of the secret chamber. Several Lord of Heaven pulled Lu Ming out of the 10,000 flames furnace. "Brat, you'll suffer less if you give in early. You have to understand that in the heavenly palace, it's useless no matter how hard you try. We have plenty of ways to make you give in. If you insist, you'll only suffer more," one of the Lord of Heaven said. "Oh, is that so? I'll wait." Lu Ming replied indifferently. No matter what, he would not let them take away the forbidden power. Several Lord of Heaven snorted coldly and brought Lu Ming out of the secret chamber. After a while, they arrived at another place. There was a huge whirlpool there. It was dark and kept spinning. No one knew where it led to. "Brat, this is the heavenly prison of the heavenly palace. It's filled with inner demon fire at all times. You'll be tortured in there. You can last for a month or two, but can you last for a year or two? 10,000 years, a million years, or even 10 million years?" one of the Lord of Heaven said coldly. He wanted to scare Lu Ming, hoping to destroy Lu Ming's mind as soon as possible. Chapter 42:28. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. In addition, it is a place where the heavenly palace imprisons criminals. These criminals are all extremely vicious and evil. Moreover, they have been tormented by the heart flame demon fire for many years in the heavenly prison. They have long gone mad. You will face danger at all times in there. You had better consider carefully to avoid unnecessary torture. Another Lord of Heaven added. So much nonsense. I didn't know that the heavenly palace Lord of Heaven has so much nonsense to say. You're so wishy-washy and not straightforward at all. Lu Ming mocked. This kid. Several Lord of Heaven gritted their teeth in anger. In the primitive universe, who dared to talk to them like this? If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't kill Lu Ming, they would have ground Lu Ming's bones into ashes. Kid, take this jade talisman. If you've thought it through, you can send us a message. We'll bring you out. One Lord of Heaven said. A jade talisman flew into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Their main purpose was to destroy Lu Ming's psychological defense and wear down Lu Ming's willpower so that Lu Ming would cooperate with them and let them extract the forbidden power. They didn't want Lu Ming to die in the heavenly prison. That was why they sent Lu Ming a message jade talisman. As long as Lu Ming sent them a message, it meant that Lu Ming had given in. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't say anything. "Send him in," one Lord of Heaven said. Then he waved his hand. Lu Ming's body flew into the whirlpool and disappeared into it. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the whirlpool, he seemed to be following a passage. Not long after, he left the passage and crashed into the ground. Lu Ming hurriedly channeled the forbidden power to slow down his speed and landed gently on the ground. Then he raised his eyes and looked around. He realized that he was in a desolate mountain. In the mountain, there was a type of black tree that was twisted like a snake. It looked very terrifying. The sky was dark and gloomy. There was no sun or moon in the sky. The entire sky looked dark red. Is this the heart flame devil fire? Lu Ming sensed carefully and found that there was a kind of flame constantly spreading out from the ground. This kind of flame was everywhere in this world. As long as one was in this world, they would be contaminated. This kind of flame enveloped Lu Ming and climbed up Lu Ming's body, constantly burning. The flames were not fierce, but when they burned, there was a kind of heart-wrenching pain. This kind of pain was very easy for Lu Ming to bear. However, it was hard to say if he was locked up here forever. He could endure it for a short period of time, but that didn't mean he could endure it for a long time. This was the heavenly prison. Some people were locked up here for millions of years, tens of millions of years, or even many stellar years. After so many years, no matter how tough a person's mind was, they would not be able to bear it. Lu Ming understood that the heavenly palace wanted to lock him up here. As long as he did not give in, they would keep him here until he gave in. This kind of pain is nothing. Lu Ming sneered. With a thought, every cell in his body trembled slightly. A powerful forbidden power covered his entire body, blocking the flames outside. The pain on Lu Ming's body disappeared instantly. Blocked? So easy? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was too easy, beyond his expectations. Logically speaking, the Lord of Heaven and the others in the heavenly palace should know that he controlled the forbidden power. They should also know the mysteries of the forbidden power. Whether it could block the flames here, they should also know very well. If the forbidden power could block it, why did they send Lu Ming here? Lu Ming frowned. For a moment he could not figure it out. He felt that there must be something he did not understand. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head. Since he could not figure it out, he would not think about it for the time being. Lu Ming began to look around. He spread out his spiritual sense, but his aura was restrained. According to the Lord of Heaven, this was the heavenly palace's heavenly prison. It was a place to imprison serious criminals. There must be a lot of serious criminals. These people had been locked up here for who knew how long and were tortured at all times. They would probably go crazy. He had to be careful. However, Lu Ming looked around and found no one. There's no one around. Could it be that the area I'm in is relatively remote? Well, I can cultivate and improve my strength. Lu Ming thought. In this kind of environment, the stronger one was, the more power they had to protect themselves. Unfortunately, he had given all his treasures to the bone demon. He did not bring them with him. His strength was greatly affected. For example, the Gale Bead, the Ice Mystic Rod, and even the ancient origin character, Battle, were given to the bone demon. Without the word, battle, his battle strength could not burst out to fight across level 9. He was still a little short. Anyway, I can resist this kind of flame. I'll cultivate here for a while. I still have a lot of ordinary secret techniques that I haven't cultivated. I'll first turn these ordinary secret techniques into secret technique runes and integrate them into my cells to enhance my strength. Lu Ming made up his mind. He still had at least 15,000 types of ordinary secret skills that he had yet to cultivate. He planned to raise his strength to the point where he could fight across level 9. Even if he did not use the battle formula, he would still need to reach the point where he could fight across level 9. Anyway, he did not know how long he would be locked up. He could just cultivate slowly. Immediately, Lu Ming found a relatively hidden cave and entered it. Then he punched out and destroyed the surroundings of the cave, blocking the entrance. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave and began to comprehend an ordinary secret technique. When Lu Ming began to comprehend the ordinary secret technique, a spot in his sea of consciousness glowed. Then, the primordial god's stone reappeared. The primordial god's stone emitted a mysterious light that could speed up Lu Ming's comprehension of the secret technique. The primordial god's stone has reappeared. What about the purple copper coffin? Lu Ming was surprised. Then he carefully sensed it. The next moment, another wave of fluctuation appeared in his sea of consciousness. The purple copper coffin reappeared. Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. Previously, when the experts from the Heavenly Palace captured him, they naturally searched him from head to toe, including his sea of consciousness. However, at that time, the primordial god's stone and the purple copper coffin were hidden to the extreme. They actually escaped the detection of the elder from the heavenly human tribe. The elder from the heavenly human tribe was an existence that surpassed the divine master realm. Even he could not detect them. This showed how mysterious the primordial god's stone and the purple copper coffin were. At this time, Lu Ming sensed them on his own. They reappeared. This made Lu Ming more or less confident. At least the purple copper coffin was still there. At the critical moment, he could still use it to fight for his life. Previously, in the primitive divine lake world, Lu Ming was completely controlled by the heavenly soldier armor. He could not move at all. He could not even take out the purple copper coffin. Now, if the Lord of Heaven comes again, I will take out the purple copper coffin and fight for my life, Lu Ming muttered. Then he continued to comprehend the secret technique. Chapter 42-29. With Lu Ming's current realm, the speed of comprehending ordinary secret techniques was very fast. With the help of the ancient secret techniques, the speed was even more astonishing. Even without the help of the primordial divine sound, the speed was very fast. In almost less than an hour, Lu Ming could successfully comprehend an ordinary secret technique, turn it into a secret technique rune, and integrate it into his cells. In one day, Lu Ming could successfully comprehend more than 20 secret techniques. Of course, they were only at the entry level. He did not need to cultivate to a high realm first. He only needed to enter the entry level. In 1 year, he could comprehend more than 7,000 secret techniques. In just a little more than 2 years, Lu Ming had successfully comprehended all the secret techniques in his hands, turned them into secret technique runes, and integrated them into his cells. After integrating so many secret technique runes at once, the power of the taboo power was further enhanced. Lu Ming felt that he was full of powerful energy. His battle strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming estimated that even if he did not use the ancient character, battle, now, he would probably reach the ability to fight across 9 levels. Even if he was still a little short, it would not be by much. Lu Ming estimated that after comprehending 1 or 2,000 ordinary secret techniques to great accomplishment, his battle strength would completely reach the ability to fight across 9 levels even without the battle secret technique. Then, he would continue to comprehend and cultivate until he could not improve anymore. Time passed quickly. Year after year passed by. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had cultivated here for 30 years. In 30 years, Lu Ming had cultivated another 2,000 types of ordinary secret skills to the phenomenal success stage. In this way, his battle strength had completely reached the level where he could fight across 9 levels. If he continued to cultivate, his battle strength would not improve anymore. 9 levels was the limit. However, recently, Lu Ming discovered an important problem. His heart was becoming more and more restless, and he was becoming more and more impatient. Sometimes, he would inexplicably want to get angry, and he felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to remain calm. In this way, the speed of comprehending secret techniques became slower and slower, and the effect was getting worse and worse. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned and pondered. At his current level, if he wanted to achieve mental tranquility, it would only take an instant. In the past, he could instantly enter a state of tranquility and emptiness, which was the same as entering a state of cultivation. But now, it was getting harder and harder to do so. She was easily irritated and wanted to vent her anger for no reason. She even wanted to find someone to vent her anger on, heart flame devil fire. Could it be that this kind of flame targets not only the physical body, but also the mind and soul? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of this point, he felt that it was very possible. His physical body could resist the attack with the taboo power. As for his soul, it was scattered in every cell. He could also use the forbidden power to resist it, but he had his own thoughts and thoughts. As long as one had thoughts and thoughts, they would be affected. That should be the case. That's why the people of the heavenly palace let me in despite knowing that I have the forbidden power and can block it. That's because other than the physical body, the spirit will also be attacked and affected. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. One could imagine that this was only the beginning. The further he progressed, the greater the impact would be. Could it be that I can't get out of the heavenly palace's prison? Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the sky. He came down from the sky, but there was no exit in the sky. If I want to get out, I can't just stay here. I need to find an opportunity to get out. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although he knew that this was the heavenly palace's prison and the chances of him getting out were very slim, he still had to try. He ended his cultivation and left the cave. He randomly chose a direction and flew in that direction. The heavenly palace's prison was like a huge world. Lu Ming flew high in the sky and looked into the distance. He couldn't see the end of it at all. He could only see the vast and boundless land. This world was the same everywhere. On the ground, the heart flame devil fire was constantly spreading out. The entire world was shrouded in high temperature. No living creatures could be seen. Only some strange dark trees could be seen. This was a real prison. Half an hour later, Lu Ming, who was flying, suddenly stopped. Because he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His body couldn't help but tense up. The danger came from underground. Without hesitation, Lu Ming's figure suddenly rose and then moved back horizontally. Boom! The ground exploded. A figure rushed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Before the person arrived, the sky was filled with the sound of breaking wings. It was a claw light that tore through the void and grabbed at Lu Ming. The speed was amazing. The power was also amazing. Fortunately, Lu Ming reacted quickly and dodged in time. That was how he managed to avoid the attack. Lu Ming retreated a few hundred miles. His eyes flashed like lightning. He finally saw the appearance of the person who attacked him. It was a short man. He was short, less than 1.5 meters. His back was hunched. However, his hands were covered with sharp nails. They were like extremely sharp blades. His eyes were blood red. He stared at Lu Ming. Blood, blood, I want to drink blood. The short man roared like a wild beast. He licked his lips and his skinny body flickered. He moved like lightning towards Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming sensed a terrifying strength moving towards him. His skin felt like it was being cut. Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming's heart stirred, revealing a grave expression. That short man had the strength of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. Even if he only had the strength of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer, Lu Ming couldn't compete with him. Even though Lu Ming had recovered his strength, he still had the strength of the Ninth Godly Emperor Layer. It would be very difficult for him to fight against an ordinary cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer. If he had the mysterious ice rod, he would be able to fight against an ordinary cultivator of the Fourth Great Supreme God Layer. Unfortunately, he didn't have any weapons. He could only rely on himself. He couldn't compete with that short man. If he fought him head-on, he would be killed in a flash. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. Blood, I want to drink blood, stay here. The short man roared and chased after Lu Ming in a frenzy. He clawed continuously and his sharp claw gleams cut through the space, grabbing at Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing, faster than Lu Ming's retreating speed. Great Aurora Technique. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora Technique. His body turned into a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few thousand li away, dodging the attack. Master, we don't have any enmity between us. Why are you attacking me? Shouted Lu Ming. But the short man didn't give up. He continued moving towards Lu Ming. His claws filled the sky, covering hundreds of li. Chapter 4230. The short man's eyes were bloodshot and filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. He charged madly at Lu Ming. Claw lights tore through the air and enveloped a large area. Greater teleportation art. With a thought, Lu Ming executed the greater teleportation art. His figure appeared in the distance, dodging the claw attacks. Then, he quickly flew in a certain direction. Since he was no match for the short man, it was naturally best to escape. However, the short man did not give up. He chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Even if Lu Ming had the greater teleportation art and the greater aurora art, he could not shake off the short man. The main reason was that his cultivation was too weak. The two of them, one chasing the other, flew several million li in the blink of an eye. The short man kept attacking as he chased. Although Lu Ming dodged most of the attacks, there was one claw light that he did not manage to dodge. Fortunately, Lu Ming fully operated the greater defensive art and blocked the claw light. He only suffered some light injuries. I have to shake this guy off as soon as possible. This guy's condition is a little abnormal. Lu Ming's mind kept flashing. The short man's mental state was clearly abnormal. He was filled with bloodthirsty intent. Lu Ming guessed that the short man was affected by the heart flame. The heart flame and devil flame burned the body, while the heart flame affected the soul, spirit, and so on. Lu Ming had only stayed here for a few decades and his mind was already affected. The short man had stayed here for who knew how many years. The negative emotions in his heart would erupt crazily. There was no way to reason with this kind of person. He could only stay away. Boom, boom. Suddenly, Lu Ming, who was flying, narrowed his eyes. There was a violent roar in front of him. There were violent vibrations in the air and on the ground. Waves of powerful force swept in all directions like sea waves. Kill, kill, kill. Roars filled with madness and hysteria could be heard coming from the front. Then, Lu Ming saw a figure floating in the air, constantly attacking. Yes, there was only one figure. It was an old man with disheveled hair and shocking killing intent. His eyes were filled with madness and nothing else. He was constantly attacking. His attacks had no target, and they blasted large pits in the ground. Lunatic, this is a lunatic. Lu Ming instantly came to a conclusion. He was a complete lunatic, even crazier than the short man. Although the short man was crazy and his eyes were filled with bloodlust, if one looked carefully, one could see a trace of rationality in his eyes. However, the disheveled old man before him no longer possessed the slightest bit of rationality. Only madness remained. Not good, avoid this person. Lu Ming's dashing figure came to a halt. Meng Ran changed his direction and flew to the left. The short man who was chasing after Lu Ming also noticed the disheveled old man. His speed suddenly decreased. At this moment, the crazy old man also noticed Lu Ming and the short man. Kill, kill, kill. When the disheveled old man saw Lu Ming and the short man, it seemed like he had found a target. He became even crazier. He raised his head to the sky and roared. Then he charged towards Lu Ming and the short man. When he was still far away from them, the old man started attacking. A few palm prints blasted toward Lu Ming and the short man as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. The power was extremely terrifying. What terrifying strength! He's definitely at the 5th Great Supreme God layer. No, he's not only at the 5th Great Supreme God layer, he's at least at the 6th. Lu Ming was terrified. He wanted to use the greater teleportation technique to escape, but the palm strikes were oppressing him. The space around him was extremely chaotic. Using the greater teleportation technique was extremely difficult. No, it was too late. He couldn't use the greater teleportation technique anymore. So, Lu Ming used the Great Aurora technique and turned into an aurora. In a flash, he was already 10,000 li away. Boom, boom, boom. A palm print crushed the place where Lu Ming had been standing earlier. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed and the mountain peak on the ground exploded. A gully that was tens of thousands of miles long appeared. That place was the prison of the Heavenly Palace. Of course, it was extremely sturdy. It wasn't like the primitive universe. Otherwise, that palm strike wouldn't have just created a ravine, it would have destroyed the earth and sky. The prison of the Heavenly Palace couldn't be destroyed so easily. Otherwise, how could it keep so many ferocious and powerful prisoners? How could it keep those prisoners forever? On the other side, the short man's eyes were also filled with fear. He turned around and fled, avoiding the attack of the palm print. The short man's mental state was better than the others. He still had some rationality left. He knew he was scared and that he couldn't defeat the old man. Die, die, die. The old man with disheveled hair kept roaring. His body emitted a violent aura as if he wanted to destroy everything. He directly rushed towards the short man. His speed was extremely shocking. It was obvious that he was much faster than the short man. Lu Ming was delighted. The old man with disheveled hair chased after the short man. It was likely that the short man's cultivation was higher. He instinctively chased after the old man. This gave Lu Ming a chance. Lu Ming chose the opposite direction of the short man and used the greater teleportation technique to leave. He prayed that the short man could hold on for a while longer. However, Lu Ming's prayer didn't come true. In just a few breaths, he heard a shrill scream that spread hundreds of thousands of li away. He was killed so quickly. Lu Ming's heart sank. He burst out with all his strength and pushed the greater teleportation technique to the extreme. However, it didn't take long for a violent roar to come from behind him. Die, die, die. The words die made the air shake. A violent chi rushed towards Lu Ming from behind. The old man with disheveled hair appeared again. He was tens of thousands of li away from Lu Ming. He was rapidly approaching Lu Ming. He killed that guy so quickly. How terrifying. Lu Ming looked grave. That old man with disheveled hair was really terrifying. He was definitely above the 5th Great Supreme God layer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with the short man and kill him so quickly. He had to be at least of the 6th Great Supreme God layer. If he caught up with Lu Ming would definitely die. Lu Ming kept using the greater teleportation technique. Each time, he moved tens of thousands of li away. However, even with his incredible speed, he still couldn't get rid of the old man. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. I'm in trouble. If it doesn't work, I'll have to use the copper coffin to try. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. However, at that moment, the situation changed. Ferocious beasts suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Lu Ming scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and discovered that there were more than 10 ferocious beasts. Those beasts were extremely strong and their chi and blood were boiling. Chapter 4231. The sudden appearance of more than a dozen ferocious beasts with vigorous vitality immediately attracted the attention of the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man had clearly gone completely crazy. His attention was completely focused on the vitality. He would be attracted to those with strong vitality and strength. Previously, the short man was stronger than Lu Ming, so the disheveled old man was the first to chase after him. Now, the dozen or so ferocious beasts were also very powerful. They were like furnaces that immediately attracted the disheveled old man's attention. Kill! The disheveled old man roared. He struck out with his palm and blasted a ferocious beast into a bloody mist. The other ferocious beasts turned around and ran in all directions. The disheveled old man roared and chased after them. This is a good chance. Lu Ming didn't expect to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Suddenly, more than a dozen abnormally powerful ferocious beasts appeared here. He found it strange because this was the Heavenly Palace's heavenly prison. It was filled with heart flame and devil fire. Other than the creatures imprisoned here, there were no other living beings. At least, Lu Ming hadn't seen any other living beings after flying for so long. Other than the disheveled old man and the short man, he hadn't seen any other living beings. It was very strange that more than a dozen ferocious beasts with powerful vitality suddenly appeared here. However, now wasn't the time to think about it. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and shifted in one direction several times. Young friend, come with me. After Lu Ming shifted a few times, he suddenly heard a voice by his ear. Lu Ming was startled. He looked in that direction and saw a skinny middle-aged man on a mountain peak. This middle-aged man was waving at Lu Ming. Lu Ming instinctively raised his guard. However, Lu Ming noticed that the middle-aged man's eyes were very calm. There was no madness in them. This was very different from the disheveled old man and the short man he had encountered before. Young friend, come with me. I was the one who released those ferocious beasts. They won't be able to hold them off for long. They will catch up soon. I have a safe place where we can avoid their pursuit." The skinny middle-aged man continued speaking with sincerity. So those ferocious beasts were released by this person. No wonder ferocious beasts would suddenly appear here. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After a few thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Ming flew towards the other party. Lu Ming had considered his decision to fly towards the other party. The other party was right. Although the dozen or so beasts had powerful blood and qi, their strength was only average. They definitely wouldn't be able to stop the disheveled old man's pursuit. It wouldn't be long before the old man caught up again. If this continued, it would be difficult for him to escape. On the other hand, this skinny middle-aged man looked relatively normal and didn't go crazy. If they followed him, they might be able to escape. The most important thing now was to shake off that crazy old man with disheveled hair. "Come, follow me. I've set up some interference formations in this area. That guy has already gone crazy, so it'll be easy to trick him," the skinny middle-aged man said as he led Lu Ming in a certain direction. He didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Of course, Lu Ming would not let down his guard so easily. Although he left with the other party, he was always on guard. Not long after, they passed through a dense forest. Lu Ming found traces of formations in the forest as expected. The formations weren't brilliant and were easy to discover. However, it shouldn't be a problem to use them to confuse the old man with disheveled hair because the other party had already gone crazy and lost his mind. After passing through the forest, they walked for a distance and passed through several places with formations. Then they came to a canyon. "Alright, it's safe here. That guy definitely won't chase us. My name is Ronggung. How should I address you, little friend?" The skinny middle-aged man smiled. "Muyun. Thank you for saving me this time, senior." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Hey, don't be so polite. This is the Heavenly Palace's prison. We were all imprisoned here by the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is our common enemy. It's only right that we help each other." Ronggung smiled. He was very amiable and gave people a feeling of being approachable. "By the way, little friend Mu Yun, I've never seen you in this area before. Did you come from another area or just enter this prison?" Ronggung asked. "I just got here not long ago. There are many things I don't understand. Senior, please enlighten me." Lu Ming said. "You're welcome. Come, let's sit down. We'll talk while we eat." Ronggung waved his hand. A stone table and several stone stools appeared in the valley. There were also several jars of wine on the table. I used some special means to bribe the heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Palace to get them here. There aren't many left. Please." Ronggung pushed a jar of wine to Lu Ming and took one for himself. He opened the lid and immediately, a strong aroma of wine spread out. Ronggung picked up the jar and gulped down several mouthfuls. He heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Then he picked up the jar and drank as well. Then he sat down on the stool. "Senior Ronggung, what's with those beasts? Are they your pets?" Lu Ming asked. "No, they're not." Ronggung shook his head and said, "Those are puppets I refined from the essence blood of desolate beasts that I collected in the past. Because they were refined from the essence blood of desolate beasts, although their vitality is strong, their combat strength isn't strong. They'll probably be killed by that old fellow very soon. Senior, I'm sorry that you suffered such a great loss." Lu Ming said with a grateful expression on his face. Like I said before, the Heavenly Palace is our common enemy. It's only right that we help each other." Ronggung smiled again. "But Brother Mu Yun, this is your first time here. You must be careful. The inner flames here are horrifying." Ronggung's eyes were extremely solemn. "Senior, please enlighten me," Lu Ming said. "The inner flames are everywhere in this prison. This kind of inner flames is horrifying. They can burn the body, the soul, and the mind all the time. The physical pain is easy to endure, but the mental pain is hard to withstand. The longer you stay in the imperial prison, the greater the influence of the heart flame and the more negative emotions you have in your heart will erupt. Some people will go crazy when they can't handle it. Therefore, most of the creatures in the prison will become horrifying because of the outburst of negative emotions. For example, some people are bloodthirsty, some are murderous, some like to torture others, and some like to devour other creatures. These people can only vent their emotions in certain ways. For example, those who are bloodthirsty will kill other creatures to drink their blood. Those who are bloodthirsty will torture other creatures to vent their emotions. That way, they can relieve their pain. Worst of all, they will lose control of their minds and fall into madness, just like the old man you met before. Rong-gung explained. Chapter 42-32. Rong-gung's words made Lu Ming's expression turn even more solemn. This heavenly prison was indeed very terrifying. The people who stayed here were simply being tortured at all times. It wasn't just physical torture, but also mental torture. Everyone's mental state had a weakness. The longer one stayed here, the more this weakness would be magnified. It was a kind of pain to anyone. Some people would choose special methods to vent, such as bloodthirsty, killing people, etc. Those who couldn't bear it would fall into madness. The heavenly palace uses such methods to torture us. Many people couldn't bear it and would submit to the heavenly palace, becoming the heavenly palace's tool. Rong-gung sighed. Could it be that there's no way to resist the heart devil fire? Or is there no way to escape from this heavenly prison? Lu Ming asked. There is. Rong-gung nodded and said, I've heard that there are people who can resist the attack of the heart devil fire in the heavenly prison. As for escaping, it's impossible. As far as I know, no one has ever escaped from the heavenly prison unless they submit to the heavenly palace and the heavenly palace takes the initiative to release them. Otherwise, they can only stay in the heavenly prison forever. However, submitting to the heavenly palace isn't that easy. Some people even submit to the heavenly palace, but the heavenly palace is too lazy to agree. Can't we leave? Lu Ming frowned. Little friend Mu Yun, come, let's drink. We can cooperate later. Perhaps we can find a way to resist the heart devil fire. Rong-gung said and continued to drink with Lu Ming. The two of them drank and chatted. Lu Ming asked about the heavenly prison again. After a while, suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed. He staggered and sat on the ground with a pale face. What's going on? Why do I feel weak all over? Am I poisoned? There's poison in your wine. Lu Ming bellowed and glared at Rong-gung. Hee-ha, finally acting up? Rong-gung suddenly laughed wildly. At this moment, his eyes were no longer calm. Instead, they revealed a ferocious look as he stared at Lu Ming as if he was looking at his prey. The wine is poisoned? How could it be? I checked it before I drank it. Lu Ming roared. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, the wine is not poisonous, but this wine has been specially refined by me. A special herb has been added in it, so it is not poisonous. However, once it is mixed with a special smell in this valley, it will produce a strong poison. Even a peak divine emperor will die from it. That's why you can't feel anything wrong with the wine. Rong-gung chuckled coldly and explained. But why did you save me first and then poison me? Lu Ming asked with an extremely puzzled and unwilling expression. Once you've been poisoned by my poison, you won't die immediately. You'll die slowly and your body will rot away. The process will be incomparably painful. Don't you think that it's very satisfying to see others poisoned and dying painfully in front of you? Rong-gung laughed as he spoke. The craziness in his eyes intensified. Amidst the craziness, there was also a strong sense of excitement. Lu Ming understood that Rong-gung was no different from the short man he met previously. He was also affected by the heart devil fire. His negative emotions erupted and he became crazy and perverted. While others were bloodthirsty, Rong-gung liked to see others poisoned by him and die painfully in front of him. This way, he would be satisfied. Therefore, he saved Lu Ming so that Lu Ming would lower his guard and be poisoned by him. In an instant, Lu Ming understood everything. The heavenly prison of the heavenly palace was indeed very dangerous because it was filled with a group of crazy people who erupted with negative emotions. Looking at Lu Ming's pale face, Rong-gung felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. It was as if some kind of violent emotion in his heart had been released. Kid, you don't have to think about using your martial arts to expel the poison. My poison can't be expelled. Once you're poisoned, there's only one outcome, which is to die slowly from poisoning. You're only feeling weak now. Soon, your body will fester and your bones will be corroded. You'll die in extreme pain. Ha! The more excited Ronggung was, the crazier his eyes became. You're in a pitiful state. In my opinion, it's better to send you on your way. Living on is more painful. At this moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly regained its calmness. He looked at Ronggung with pity. Ronggung didn't look like he was poisoned at all. He looked normal. His breathing was stable and his complexion was ruddy. It was a world of difference from before. Ronggung widened his eyes in shock and said in disbelief, "You're not poisoned?" "Wrong. I'm indeed poisoned. However, this poison doesn't work on me," Lu Ming said indifferently. In fact, Lu Ming knew something was wrong when Ronggung took out the wine. When he took the first sip, he knew that there was poison. However, although the poison was powerful, it didn't work on him at all. Every cell in his body contained forbidden energy. No matter how powerful the poison was, how could it destroy every cell in one go? Obviously, it was impossible. Although the poison was powerful, it could only penetrate into the cells in some important parts of the body. It was much weaker than the prohibition power on the heavenly soldier armor. Lu Ming only needed to circulate his forbidden energy slightly to refine the poison. Lu Ming had pretended to be shocked just now. "Boy, how could you refine my poison? How is that possible?" Ronggung roared. His face was even more ferocious. He stared at Lu Ming and continued to roar, "Even if you can refine my poison, you'll still die. You're only at the divine emperor realm. Kill." As soon as Ronggung said the word kill, his chest was suddenly pierced by a sword radiance. Ronggung widened his eyes in disbelief. He didn't even know when Lu Ming had attacked him. "Let me tell you, it's called the Great Assassination Technique." "That," said Lu Ming coldly. The sword radiance contained the Great Destruction Technique. Ronggung gave a horrible shriek and turned into ashes. Even his soul couldn't escape. Actually, Ronggung wasn't weak. He had the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer. Lu Ming couldn't defeat him in a direct battle. But Ronggung had thought that Lu Ming was poisoned, so he hadn't prepared any defense against Lu Ming. When he found out that Lu Ming wasn't poisoned, he turned pale with fright and panicked. Lu Ming then used one of the 3,000 ancient secret skills, the Great Assassination Technique, to attack Ronggung's vitals. Then he used the Great Destruction Technique to kill Ronggung. Ronggung thought that everything was under his control, but he didn't know that Lu Ming had already seen through it. He had planned a fierce counterattack. "I have to thank you for saving me before. So, I'll give you a quick death. You're free now. You don't need to be tortured by negative emotions anymore. Die in peace," whispered Lu Ming. Then he left. Chapter 42-33. After killing Ronggung, Lu Ming left the valley and headed in a certain direction. This time, Lu Ming was much more careful. He didn't fly in the air. Instead, he concealed his aura and moved along the ground. If he flew in the air, he would be easily discovered if he encountered any frenzied living beings. Of course, if he didn't want to encounter any of them, it was best to find a secluded place to stay. But that would only be safe for a short period of time. In the long run, it would become more dangerous. This was because Lu Ming wasn't completely immune to the inner flame. The inner flame couldn't affect his body, but it could affect his mind and spirit. In the long run, negative emotions would emerge in his heart, and he might even lose control. That would be a dead end. For example, that old man with disheveled hair who had lost control of himself. If he encountered someone with a weaker cultivation base, he would naturally chase after him. But if he encountered someone with a stronger cultivation base, that old man would be killed without the slightest suspense. Once he lost control, his life would no longer be in his own hands. Lu Ming didn't want to see that happen. Ronggung had said that there was a way to prevent the mind from going out of control. He had to find that way. Besides, if he stayed where he was, he couldn't leave. If he wanted to find a way out of the Heavenly Palace's prison, he had to explore. If he stayed where he was, he definitely couldn't find a way out. Although Ronggung had said that he couldn't leave the Heavenly Palace's prison, how would he know if he didn't try? Soon, another dozen days passed. In these dozen days, Lu Ming encountered no less than 10 living beings. But because Lu Ming was careful, he avoided them from afar and didn't meet them. He discovered that not all of these creatures had lost control and gone mad. In fact, most of them had not lost control and gone mad, but their minds were somewhat abnormal, and their symptoms varied from mild to severe. Lu Ming didn't dare to approach them. He didn't know the details. And several times he saw living beings fighting each other. The living beings here were full of negative emotions. They could easily kill each other when they met. This also proved that the prison was really dangerous. This made Lu Ming even more careful. Another thing that made Lu Ming's heart heavy was that as time passed, he found that his heart was becoming more and more restless. He would often feel inexplicably unhappy and would want to kill someone to vent. Lu Ming knew that his mind was constantly being affected. Although it was still under control, that was because he had only been here for a short period of time. As time passed, the situation would definitely get worse. I have to find a way to defend against the Heart Flame Devil Fire. It's a pity that Bone Devil isn't here. Otherwise, I could ask him, Lu Ming thought to himself as he stuck close to the ground and continued flying. Another day later, intense rumbling sounds could be heard from up ahead. Divine light flickered about, indicating that there were people fighting a great battle. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he executed one of the 3,000 ancient secret techniques, the Great Concealment Technique. He hid behind a large rock and merged with the rock as he carefully observed the front. Up ahead, there were 2 living beings engaged in an intense battle. One of them was covered in purple-golden scales. The other one had 2 spiraling horns on his head. The 2 of them were fighting intensely. Their energies were surging and the earth was shaking. "Fourth Great Supreme God Layer," whispered Lu Ming. The 2 of them were both at the 4th Great Supreme God Layer. They were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell who would win. However, Lu Ming observed carefully. He could see that the 2 of them weren't completely out of control. They were just mentally unstable. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lu Ming watched for a while and got ready to leave. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body stiffened and his pupils shrank. He was about to leave when he stopped. Because a net had suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. An incomparably gigantic net that covered thousands of miles rushed out from the ground towards the 2 beings that were engaged in a fierce battle. The 2 of them hadn't lost control. They were startled and hastily stopped fighting. Then, they flew in 2 different directions, trying to escape from the net. However, surprisingly, as they flew, the net became bigger and bigger. No matter how they flew, they couldn't get out of the net's range. In just a few breaths of time, the large net caught the 2 creatures. The large net shrunk, firmly locking the 2 creatures in place, making it difficult for them to move. After the 2 of them were caught, a middle-aged man in a red robe appeared in the sky. He raised his hand and the net appeared in his hand. I caught 2 more? Not bad. The man in the red robe nodded. Then, his figure flickered and he disappeared. Lu Ming didn't come out immediately. He waited for a while. When he didn't find anything strange, he released the Great Concealment Technique and flew in a certain direction. However, Lu Ming hadn't flown far when he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. His hair stood on end. He sensed danger. In the next moment, Lu Ming found that a large net had appeared on the ground and was about to envelop him. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to use the Greater Teleportation Technique to leave. However, he was shocked when he used the Greater Teleportation Technique. He found that the space was like a quagmire. It was extremely sticky and stuck to him, making it difficult for him to leave. This huge net had actually affected space. The Greater Teleportation Technique didn't work. Greater Aurora Technique. Lu Ming immediately changed to the Greater Aurora Technique. He turned into an aurora and rushed into the distance. However, when he reappeared, he found that he hadn't escaped the net. He was still in the net. Oh no, this net is not only a treasure. It has also combined with a formation. This area is enveloped in a large formation. Lu Ming soon found something fishy. This area had been set up with a formation. The combination of the large net and the formation was very mysterious. No matter how he flew, he couldn't escape the range of the large net. Lu Ming no longer moved horizontally. Instead, he used the greater aurora technique and rushed directly into the sky. However, what Lu Ming didn't expect was that as soon as he rushed into the sky, a large net suddenly appeared in the sky and enveloped him. In this way, Lu Ming was equivalent to throwing himself into the net. As soon as he rushed into the large net quickly shrank and entangled Lu Ming tightly like chains. "Oh no, I'm in trouble." He found that he was completely locked and tightly entangled. No matter how much forbidden power he used, he couldn't break free. Preconceived notions killed people. Previously, when he saw the two creatures being captured, there was no large net in the sky. That was why he rushed into the sky with all his strength. He didn't expect there to be a large net in the sky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown himself into the net. Chapter 42-34. After Lu Ming was trapped in the net, two silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were wearing red clothes. One of them was a middle-aged man, the one Lu Ming had seen before. The other one was an old man. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ming's net. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer was imprisoned by the heavenly palace. "How strange," whispered the old man in red clothes. His eyes were sometimes clear, and sometimes there was a trace of tyrannical aura flashing through them. He seemed very unstable. However, compared to the people Lu Ming had met previously, they were in a much better state. They were closer to normal. Indeed, it's strange. "Anyway, let's bring him back and let the officer deal with him," said the man in red clothes. Then, the two of them left and disappeared. Lu Ming was trapped in the big net and could not move at all. However, his eyeballs could still move and he sized up the surrounding environment. The ground below continued to pass by. Not long after, they arrived at a mountain peak. The terrain there was strange. There were 9 mountains in a circle. In the middle of those mountains, there was a valley. In the valley, there was a gigantic building. The building was made of stone and looked magnificent. It looked like a coliseum. The burly man in the red robe and the old man in the red robe led Lu Ming and the rest to a big hall in the building. They could see a burly man with a square face sitting at the top of the hall. This burly man was extremely tall and sturdy. Even though he was sitting there, he was still more than 3 meters tall. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was always a trace of tyrannical killing intent flashing through. His chi was extremely thick. Even though he didn't release his chi, it was still oppressive. A strong cultivator. When Lu Ming saw him, he had the feeling that he was extremely strong. He wasn't an ordinary Great Supreme God, he had the strength of the 4th or 5th Great Supreme God layer. "Officer, we're back." The man in red clothes and the old man in red clothes bowed to the square-faced man. "That's what you got?" Surprisingly, there's a godly emperor layer cultivator here. The commander above frowned. Below them, the red-robed old man and the red-robed man's faces turned pale, and fear appeared on their faces. "Commander, there are fewer and fewer people in this area recently. We've waited for 3 months and only caught these 3. The red-robed old man hurriedly replied. "Please forgive us, Commander." As for the red-robed man, he pleaded for forgiveness in fear and trepidation. "All right, you may leave. Lock them up and wait for my orders." The commander casually waved his hand. The red-robed old man and the red-robed man felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They bowed and retreated. Then, they walked towards an underground staircase. Unexpectedly, the ground here had been emptied, and numerous secret chambers had been dug out. No, they were stone prisons. Lu Ming discovered that there were many people imprisoned in these stone prisons. Outside the stone prison, there were many people in red robes patrolling. I can't believe that there are people in the Heavenly Palace's celestial prison. What's their purpose for capturing us? Lu Ming pondered as he looked around. It was obvious that these people in red robes belonged to a certain force. The people in the stone prison were all captured by them. However, he did not know why they had captured them. Soon, the red-robed old man carried Lu Ming to a stone prison. Then, with a wave of his hand, the net slowly loosened. The moment the net was loosened, 2 talismans appeared in the red-robed old man's hand. With a wave of his hand, the 2 talismans were stuck on Lu Ming's body. When the 2 talismans were stuck on Lu Ming's body, they turned into runes. Like small snakes, they crawled all over Lu Ming's body and even entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming felt his body being locked up. Lu Ming knew that the 2 talismans had formed a restriction that could trap him. It seemed that the other people in the stone prison were also trapped by the same restriction. When he saw that Lu Ming was trapped by the restriction, the red-robed old man waved his hand and completely retracted the net. "Kid, stay here and don't run around. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. With your strength, anyone here can kill you," the red-robed old man said coldly before turning around and leaving the stone prison. With a bang, the door of the stone prison was closed. Lu Ming casually sized up the stone prison. Soon, his gaze locked onto a corner of the stone prison. Because there was a mummy there. It was really a mummy. Furthermore, the mummy was chained up. The other end of the chain was embedded in the wall of the stone prison. There was no sign of life on the mummy. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely be scared. However, Lu Ming had experienced all kinds of situations. He only glanced at it indifferently and sat down in another corner of the stone prison. Can the power of the restriction trap me? There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes as he circulated the taboo power. Immediately, he could feel that the restriction power formed by the runes on his body had loosened. Lu Ming felt that as long as he was willing, he could erase the restriction power at any time. However, Lu Ming recalled his forbidden strength and didn't do that. Outside the stone prison, there were many red-robed people patrolling. These red-robed men, unsurprisingly, were all god emperors. Some of their chi was extremely dense. They probably had the strength of the 4th great supreme god layer or above. Even if Lu Ming managed to break free from the restriction seal, he wouldn't be able to defeat them and would be killed. Anyway, there wasn't any danger for the time being. Lu Ming decided to wait and see what would happen. Lu Ming decided that if he encountered any danger, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and risk his life. But after that, it was very peaceful. Lu Ming waited in the stone prison for 7 days, but nothing happened. Nobody came to look for him. What Lu Ming did not know was that at this moment, there was a life-and-death battle going on above his head. Above the stone prison, there was a gigantic battle stage surrounded by a gigantic deployment spell. Outside the battle stage, there were some red-robed people standing in all directions. On the north side, there was a tall and sturdy person sitting on a chair. It was the officer. At that moment, on the battle stage, there were 2 silhouettes fighting intensely. Kill, kill, kill to your heart's content. Remember, only one of you can live. If you can't kill one of you, I will kill both of you. Ha! That pupil laughed loudly, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. It was as if he had just seen something extremely exciting. Die! Die! On the battle stage, the 2 silhouettes were fighting even more intensely. They understood that if they wanted to live, they had to kill each other. Only by killing each other could they live. Otherwise, they would have to stay there forever. So, both of them had the strength of the 2nd great supreme god layer. After 100 attacks, one of them finally gained the upper hand and cut off the other's arm. Chapter 42:35. One of them had his arm cut off. Blood splashed everywhere, and he howled in agony. Good, good, huh? The officer was even more excited when he saw that. He clapped his hands and laughed. Ferocious looks appeared in the eyes of the surrounding red-robed men. Die! The person who had the upper hand followed up his victory and attacked crazily. After more than 10 moves, he chopped off his opponent's head with a single slash. All right. The commander shouted as the excitement in his eyes reached its peak. Take him away and bring someone else up, ordered the officer. Someone immediately went up and took the one who had won away. After a short time, 2 more people were brought up. The 2 people who had been brought up had the strength of the 3rd great supreme god layer. My rules are simple. You can fight as much as you want. Only one of you can live. If I find out that you didn't use your full strength, I'll kill you myself. Now let's start, said the officer coldly. As soon as the commander finished speaking, one of the creatures made his move. He turned into a three-headed lion and pounced toward his opponent. A sharp cry rang out as his opponent transformed into a huge white eagle. It spread its wings and flew up. With a flap of its wings, its feathers pierced towards the three lions like divine swords. The two cultivators of the third great supreme god layer were fighting intensely. They were equally strong, so the battle was intense. After a few hundred attacks, both of them were injured and covered in wounds. But they didn't care about their injuries. They continued attacking like crazy, using their full strength to kill their opponent. Only by killing their opponent could they save their own lives. The more the officer saw that, the more excited he was. In the end, the two cultivators won. The lion had paid a terrible price. Two of his heads had been cut off. Finally, he killed the gigantic white eagle. Phew! Seeing this, the commander let out a long sigh of relief. It was as if some sort of emotion in his heart had been vented. His eyes became a little clearer. Soon, the three-headed lion was brought away. By the way, last time, didn't you capture a little boy of the 9th godly emperor layer? The heavenly palace put a little boy of the 9th godly emperor layer in prison. Interesting. That little boy is probably extraordinary. Bring him out, I want to see how strong he is, said the officer. Officer, what kind of opponent should we give him? The people we captured were all great supreme gods. None of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. The old man in red clothes who had captured Lu Ming last time bowed hand over fist. All right. Give him a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Remember, a weak one. Otherwise, that little boy, said the officer. This subordinate understands. This subordinate will make the arrangements right away. The red-robed old man accepted the order and headed down to the stone dungeon, calm. The red-robed old man walked in and said, "Finally," thought Lu Ming. They had captured him for a reason. Finally, it was about to start. Lu Ming's spiritual awareness was connected to the purple copper coffin in his consciousness. If something went wrong, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and risk his life. Lu Ming didn't say much. He followed the old man out of the prison. They passed through a passage and came out of a stone door. Lu Ming realized he was on a battle stage. In front of him, a silhouette came out of a stone door. That silhouette was a tall and sturdy man with two blades on his back. He was looking at Lu Ming ferociously. A battle stage? Do they want us to kill each other while they watch from the outside? Lu Ming glanced around. When he saw what was going on, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After the old man in the red robe brought Lu Ming there, he flew away from the battle stage and landed next to the commander. Let me tell you what to do. You two kill each other. Kill each other as much as you want. Only when you kill each other can the winner live. If you don't try your best, I will attack and kill both of you. Do you understand? Now let's start, said the commander coldly. As soon as the commander finished his words, the burly man with two sabers on his back roared and pulled out his sabers. He took a few steps forward and pounced on Lu Ming at lightning speed. He hadn't even arrived yet, but the two blades were already moving towards Lu Ming's head. Only the first great supreme god layer. He's not at his peak. It seems like he's injured. Once the other party struck, Lu Ming's expression was very calm. He had already sensed his opponent's cultivation level. He was an ordinary cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. He was injured and not at his peak. Lu Ming didn't care about a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. With a thought, the taboo power circulated and Lu Ming threw a punch. The man in the red robe had already removed the forbidden energy on his body when he had walked out of the passage. Therefore, Lu Ming wasn't restricted by the forbidden energy. Lu Ming had already cast the Great Destruction skill with this punch. Clang, clang. Lu Ming's fist collided with the other party's saber and there were two loud bangs. Following which, a figure retreated rapidly. It was the tall and sturdy man with two blades on his back. At that moment, his blades had already flown away. His arms had already exploded. The terrifying energy of the Great Destruction art had destroyed them. He coughed up blood and was pushed back. Swoosh! Lu Ming had already caught up with him. He casually grabbed the two sabers that the other party had let go of and slashed them out. Slash! Blood splashed everywhere. A head flew up. The tall and sturdy man of the first great supreme god layer had been killed. This scene caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded. Especially the commander. He had been prepared to watch a fierce battle. He hadn't thought that Lu Ming would win. Moreover, he had won so quickly. He had thought that Lu Ming was a godly emperor. Since he had been imprisoned by the heavenly palace, he must be extraordinary. He might be able to fight against a great supreme god. However, great supreme gods were much stronger than godly emperors. In order to have an exciting battle, he had sent a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer who hadn't recovered yet. However, the result was beyond his expectations. He's so strong. No wonder he was imprisoned by the heavenly palace even though he's only a godly emperor. Go and bring out an uninjured cultivator of the first great supreme god layer, ordered the commander. He didn't like to watch one-sided battles. It wasn't exciting. He liked to watch battles between people of similar strength. That kind of battle was bloody and cruel. He liked to watch people fight to the death. He liked that kind of feeling. Chapter 42-36. The battle stage was quickly cleaned up, and the corpse of the middle-aged man with the double sabers was also cleaned up. Then, another silhouette appeared on the fighting stage. It was a tall and sturdy man. He looked ferocious and crazy as he stared at Lu Ming. First great supreme god layer. He has the strength of the first great supreme god layer. The man didn't hide his chi at all. Lu Ming could easily see his cultivation level. The man's chi was extremely thick. He was obviously in his peak condition. He wasn't injured at all. The rules are the same. You two fight with your full strength. Only the winner can live. Let's start. The commander's voice rang out with a strong sense of anticipation. As soon as the officer finished talking, the tall and sturdy man roared furiously. His body quickly became bigger and bigger, turning into a black bear. The black bear was more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a small mountain as it charged towards Lu Ming. Its paw was bigger than a door as it slapped towards Lu Ming. Even though it looked like a simple slap, it was terrifyingly powerful. It was as thick as a mountain. In the chaotic universe, even a planet would be destroyed by it. The strong wind was already cutting Lu Ming's skin. However, no matter how strong his opponent was, he was only an ordinary cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. As long as he could fight against someone who was 4 levels higher, he could compete against him. Lu Ming could fight against someone who was 9 levels higher. However, Lu Ming was thinking about something else. The officer of this place obviously liked to watch people fight against each other. He liked to watch people fight against each other. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't use his full strength. The stronger he appeared, the stronger the other party would send to fight him. If that continued, sooner or later, they would send someone who was stronger than Lu Ming. Then Lu Ming would be in danger. As he pondered, he struck out with his fist and collided with the bear's paw. Boom! There was a loud explosion. The black bear's body shook violently. It staggered back a dozen steps. Lu Ming also took 2 steps back. Of course, these 2 steps were done intentionally by Lu Ming. Otherwise, how could the other party defeat Lu Ming with his strength? Even so, the commander and the others were still amazed. Incredible! He's really strong. He's only a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer and he's suppressing a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. He's even stronger than the candidates of the universe young geniuses list. The commander sighed in admiration. This battle will definitely be a fierce battle. It will be very exciting. Commander, please enjoy it. On the side, the red-robed elder took the opportunity to flatter him. I hope so, the commander said. On the battle stage, the black bear was pushed back and went completely mad. It roared crazily and bared its fangs as it pounced toward Lu Ming. A pair of bear paws slammed down consecutively, as if wanting to smash Lu Ming into minced meat. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He threw out continuous punches with both fists and fought with the black bear. Of course, he didn't use his full strength. He was only slightly stronger than the black bear. After a dozen attacks, the black bear was pushed back violently. Its paws were rotting and its bones were broken. Then, Lu Ming jumped up and punched the black bear's head. The black bear screamed and its head exploded. It died on the spot. He was killed so quickly? The commander was surprised. He wasn't satisfied. The red-robed elder pulled a long face and said, "Commander, I think this little boy is a top genius of the primitive universe. He's only a godly emperor layer, so he can fight against cultivators who are 5 levels higher than him. Why don't we send a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer to test him?" Second great supreme god layer? I'm afraid he's too strong. Send a weaker cultivator of the second great supreme god layer. The commander nodded. I'll do it right away. The red-robed elder hastily left. After the battle platform was cleaned up, another creature appeared on the platform. It was a member of the multi-eyed clan, with 6 eyes on his face. He had 3 eyes on each side of his face. These 6 eyes actually had 3 different colors. 1 pair was red, 1 pair was blue, and 1 pair was golden. 6 pairs of eyes stared at Lu Ming simultaneously, revealing brutal, murderous intents. Second great supreme god layer, as expected, the stronger I am, the stronger they'll send. This time, I have to suppress my strength as much as possible. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He was even more certain of his speculation. The commander liked to watch evenly matched battles. A moment before, Lu Ming had been too strong. He had won too easily. If the enemy wasn't happy, they would send stronger cultivators. If he continued to suppress his opponent, the enemy might send a cultivator of the third great supreme god layer to fight against him. Then he would be in danger. After all, it was a battle to the death. Let's start. The commander gave a simple explanation of the rules as usual. Sush. This time, Lu Ming took the initiative to attack. He clenched his fist in the air and a demonic sword condensed, slashing toward the 6-eyed middle-aged man. Die! The 6-eyed middle-aged man reacted very quickly. With a shout, his pair of crimson eyes emitted a dazzling brilliance. 2 crimson divine lights burst forth and shot toward Lu Ming. His speed was astonishing. They were like 2 swords, aiming at Lu Ming's head. Before they even reached him, a scorching hot chi filled the air. Lu Ming pretended to be shocked. There was a look of horror in his eyes. He let out a long howl and changed the trajectory of the demonic sword in his hands. He slashed twice consecutively. Ding, ding. The demonic sword collided with the 2 crimson divine lights, erupting with a violent roar. It was as if 2 divine weapons had collided. Then, Lu Ming's figure retreated, continuously retreating more than 10 steps on the fighting ring. 2 holes appeared on the body of the demonic sword in his hand. It had been melted by the scarlet divine light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's intention. Otherwise, although the other party's crimson divine light was powerful, he would not be able to break his great demonic swordsmanship. However, others didn't know that. When they saw this scene, they thought that Lu Ming was finally at his limit. Commander, this kid has finally reached his limit. This battle should be worth watching. The red-robed elder said. The commander nodded. His eyes were still fixed on the battle stage. Die! The 6-eyed middle-aged man bellowed. His crimson eyes shone even brighter. Beams of crimson divine light shot toward Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming shouted. He pressed his hands in the air. More than 10 demon swords appeared in the air and slashed towards his opponent. The sky was filled with sword light. They collided with the opponent's divine light. For a moment, Lu Ming had the upper hand. This seems to be an ancient secret skill. Interesting. The commander muttered. He seemed to have good eyesight and recognized the great demon sword art. Soon, the 2 sides exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming had a slight upper hand. Chapter 4237. Lu Ming had the upper hand because he knew that the middle-aged man hadn't used his full strength yet. His opponent had 6 eyes and he was only using 2. As expected, the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage. He roared furiously and his 6 eyes shone with dazzling light. 2 of his blue eyes shone with divine light. They were extremely cold, as if they could freeze everything. 2 beams of golden sword light shot out from the golden eyes. They were incomparably sharp and indestructible. When the 6 eyes attacked at the same time, their power increased greatly. For a moment, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming pretended that the battle was very difficult. He kept fighting with his opponent, as if he was using his full strength. In the end, they exchanged more than 100 moves. Lu Ming pretended to be weak and his opponent's divine light pierced through his body. However, Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to quickly get closer to the middle-aged man. He condensed dozens of great demon sword skills and slashed them wildly. In the end, he killed the middle-aged man. Then, Lu Ming staggered back and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Blood kept flowing out of the holes in his body. He looked like he had been seriously injured. Lu Ming deliberately restrained his forbidden strength to prevent his wounds from healing. Otherwise, with his physique, he would be able to recover from this injury very quickly. Not bad, wonderful," shouted the commander. He looked very satisfied. A cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer had killed a cultivator of the 2nd great supreme god layer. He had never seen such a thing before. Of course, he was very satisfied. The red-robed old man also smiled. After all, he was the one who had brought Lu Ming back. "Commander, should we send more people to fight with him?" asked the red-robed old man in a low voice. "No, he's already injured. Take him back to heal. We'll see next time. That's all for today," said the commander. Then he stood up and left. The old man in the red robe stepped onto the battle stage. "Boy, come back with me," said the red-robed old man. He took out 2 talismans and put them on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming looked around. He didn't dodge, nor did he take the opportunity to rush out. There were many red-robed people nearby, and many of them were very strong. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least 20 people who could kill him. Not to mention the unfathomable commander. He could probably suppress him with one finger. Lu Ming had thought of taking out the purple copper coffin and risking his life. However, there were too many uncertainties with the purple copper coffin. Firstly, opening the purple copper coffin would put him in danger. Secondly, the purple copper coffin was sometimes ineffective. For some of the ordinary races in the universe, it didn't seem to work. So, unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming would not use the coffin. If he lost control, or if it didn't work, he would be in trouble. In any case, his life was not in danger now, so he was not in a hurry to risk his life. He would wait for the right time to make a decision. With a bang, the door of the stone cell closed. The red-robed old man left. After the red-robed old man left, Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a corner of the stone cell. He circulated his forbidden power. The wounds on his body healed at an amazing speed. In a few moments, the wounds were completely healed. "Amazing, amazing. I knew that you're not simple, little fellow." Just then, a figure's voice sounded. This figure appeared to be very old and seemed to be rather weak. But Lu Ming was shocked. The voice came from the stone cell. However, there was no one else in the stone cell except for him. Who was the voice? No, there was another mummy in the stone cell. Lu Ming had a flash of inspiration and looked at the mummy. The mummy was still the same mummy. It was chained there and had no aura. But Lu Ming didn't dare to relax. He still stared at it and said, "Are you the one who spoke? Is there a third person in the stone cell other than you and me?" That voice sounded again. This time, Lu Ming accurately captured that the voice was indeed from the mummy. The mummy was alive. Just then, the mummy that had no aura suddenly emitted a trace of life. Although it wasn't strong, it was indeed the aura of life. This was indeed not a mummy, but a living creature. The next moment, the mummy opened its eyes and stared straight at Lu Ming, revealing a look of anticipation. "Senior, you're not dead. Why have you been pretending to be dead?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "My aura was too weak. I had to restrain my life force. Otherwise, I would have died," the mummy said. Lu Ming looked carefully. This mummy was actually an old man with a head full of white hair. Lu Ming replied with a soft, "Oh," but didn't comment. "Little guy, your power is very special and very strong. Based on my observation, the power of the seal can't control you. If you want to break free, you can break free of the seal at any time, right?" The old man said. "You were also captured by these red-robed men?" Lu Ming asked. Of course. It's not hard to tell. The old man said. Who are these red-robed men? Lu Ming asked again. They are all people imprisoned here by the heavenly palace. They were gathered by Commander Tungsten to form a force. You've been in this prison for a while, right? I'm sure you're aware that this prison is extremely dangerous. It's filled with heart flame devil fire. If you stay in the heart flame devil fire for a long time, you won't be able to escape. Not only will the body be tortured, but the mind and spirit will be even more terrifying. As time goes by, the negative emotions in one's heart will erupt. Then the inner demon will erupt, causing one to fall into madness. Therefore, the prison in this world is very dangerous. You will encounter people with negative emotions. The negative emotions in one's heart will be infinitely magnified. Some people are bloodthirsty, some are lustful, and so on. Therefore, those with weak cultivation will need to seek the protection of experts. Those red-robed men need the protection of Commander Tungsten, and Commander Tungsten needs these people to go around and capture people for him. The old man rambled on and on. Capture people for him to kill each other? Lu Ming asked. When a person's heart is filled with negative emotions, they need to vent. For example, those who are bloodthirsty and those who drink blood will suppress their negative emotions and become more stable. As long as a person kills, their negative emotions will be suppressed. However, Commander Tungsten is different. He likes to watch others fight to the death. He likes to watch people fight to the death. When he watches such fights, his negative emotions will be stabilized. Otherwise, he would have gone completely crazy long ago. The old man continued to explain. Chapter 42:38. Lu Ming nodded after hearing the old man's explanation. This was pretty much what he had guessed. That commander was indeed venting by watching others fight to the death. Kid, I've answered your question. Now, let's get back to the main topic. Your power is very special and very powerful. It can erase the power of restrictions. Do you see that I'm chained up by these chains? These chains also contain the power of restrictions. How about you help me break them? The old man said. Oh, that's your goal, right? But what good will it do me if I help you break them? If those red-robed men know about this, I'm afraid I'll end up in a miserable state. Lu Ming said. Of course there will be benefits. You're also affected by the heart flame demonic fire in the sky prison. No one can be spared, but I have a way to resist the heart flame demonic fire so that your mind and spirit won't be affected. The old man said. These words made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. His eyes shone brightly. You really have a way to prevent my mind and spirit from being affected by the heart flame demonic fire? Lu Ming asked urgently. The heart flame demonic fire was indeed a great threat to Lu Ming. Although he had the forbidden power, it could only prevent his physical body from being affected. His mind and spirit would still be affected. The forbidden power couldn't completely eliminate it. If this continued, it would be very dangerous. The longer it lasted, the more dangerous it would be. The longer it lasted, the stronger the negative emotions in his heart. In the end, it wasn't impossible for him to completely fall into madness. If he wanted to leave the sky prison alive, this problem had to be solved. And now, the old man said that he had a way to solve it. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. However, Lu Ming's mind wasn't ordinary. He quickly controlled his emotions and calmed himself down. Kid, as long as you help me break the restrictions, I'll teach you the way to resist the heart flame demonic fire. The old man said. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Lu Ming was skeptical. He didn't believe that he could find a way to resist the heart flame demonic fire so easily. If it was so easy, what was the point of the sky prison? Let me tell you, everything I said is true. Otherwise, why do you think Commander Tungsten locked me up here? He wants to know how to resist the heart flame devil fire from me, but I won't tell him. Does he think I don't know? As long as I tell him the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, he will kill me without hesitation. The old man said. Lu Ming nodded. What the old man said made sense. If he really handed over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, then the old man would lose his usefulness to Commander Tungsten. Naturally, Commander Tungsten would not keep him alive. They have tortured me for a long time, But as long as I don't say anything, they won't kill me. One day I will escape. I will definitely get my revenge. The old man roared. Even if I help you break the seal, I'm afraid that you won't be able to escape. There are many experts here, Lu Ming said. However, before Lu Ming could finish speaking, he heard footsteps coming from outside. Lu Ming immediately stopped talking. They're here. They're here for me. The old man said. Sure enough, after a while. With a clang, the door of the stone prison opened and a group of people walked in. The one leading was Commander Tungsten. There were also a few other red-robed men. Commander Tungsten walked into the stone prison and glanced at Lu Ming. When he saw that Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed, he was surprised. However, he did not say anything and continued to walk toward the old man. Old man, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Commander Tungsten said coldly. If you have the ability, then do it. It's impossible for me to hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. The old man laughed loudly and looked as if he could kill him at any time. You are courting death, Commander Tungsten roared angrily. His eyes were filled with flames of anger and ferocious killing intent. Every time he faced the old man, his negative emotions would explode. If it wasn't for the fact that he really wanted the method to resist the heart flame devil fire, he would have turned the old man into ashes. Let me tell you, if you don't hand it over, you'll suffer endless torture. If you hand it over, you'll suffer less torture. Commander Tungsten said coldly. If you want to do it, then do it. Don't talk nonsense. I'll say it again. It's impossible for me to hand over the method to resist the heart flame devil fire. The old man sneered and his attitude was unyielding. You're courting death. Men, do it and torture him well, Commander Tungsten roared. Immediately, a few red-robed men took out a few talismans and pasted them on the old man's body. These talismans turned into runes that crawled all over the old man's body. At the same time, the chains on the old man's body trembled and emitted a dazzling glow. Runes appeared on the chains and crawled into the old man's body along the chains. The old man's body suddenly trembled and he let out a beast-like roar. The veins on his face bulged and his eyes bulged as if he was suffering endless pain. As time passed, his body trembled more and more violently. In the end, the roars became more and more frequent. It was obvious that the talismans and chains were working together to inflict great torture on the old man. However, the old man didn't beg for mercy or give in. This went on for half an hour. The old man's aura was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the old man would die. Damned old man, Commander Tungsten was also extremely irritable. He kept roaring and the madness in his eyes intensified. He really wanted to ignore the old man and let him be tortured to death. However, his remaining rationality told him that he couldn't. The old man was his only hope. If he couldn't obtain the method to resist the heart flame devil fire from the old man, he would sooner or later fall into madness and become a walking corpse. In the end, his rationality prevailed. Stop! Commander Tungsten roared. A few red-robed men formed seals and a few talismans flew out from the old man's body. As soon as the talisman seals flew out, the runes on the chains dimmed and disappeared. Hoo! The old man kept panting and his face was covered in cold sweat. Old man, you better think carefully. Next time, I'll make you suffer even more, Commander Tungsten said coldly and left with his men. With a clang, the door closed and Lu Ming and the old man were left in the stone prison. The old man was still panting and Lu Ming didn't disturb him. After the period it took an incense stick to burn, the old man's aura finally calmed down. Chapter 4239. Little guy, do you believe what I said now? After a while, the old man regained his breath and said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed, from what had just happened, he could conclude that the old man had a way to resist the heart flame demon fire. This made Lu Ming's heart move. Senior, even if I can help you break the seal, this is the enemy's lair. They have many experts, we can't escape. Once your seal is broken, we'll be in more danger. Lu Ming said. So, we need a chance. The old man said. A chance? A chance. Lu Ming asked. In this prison, there are always people going crazy. These crazy people will attack everywhere. In addition, there are also some people who are filled with negative emotions. They are bloodthirsty and murderous. With so many living beings gathered here, it's possible that some of them will come here to kill. It happened before, but I was controlled by the seal and didn't have a chance to escape. If it happens again, we can take the chance to escape. The old man said. Are you sure? Looking at the old man's weak appearance, Lu Ming was doubtful. With their battle strength, even if the prison fell into chaos, it would be difficult for them to escape. The enemy only needed to send a cultivator of the fourth great supreme god layer to capture them. Little fellow, don't underestimate me. My cultivation is currently sealed by the restriction. Once the restriction is removed, my cultivation will recover by a large portion. Let me tell you, my peak combat strength isn't inferior to that Commander Tongji. The old man said with a hint of pride in his voice. At your peak, you're not weaker than Commander Tongji? Then how did he capture you? Lu Ming was still doubtful. That's because at that time, I was entangled by a completely crazy person. I fought with that crazy person, and with great difficulty, I managed to kill that crazy person. I was also injured. That Commander Tongji took the opportunity to charge out and seriously injured me. That was how I was captured. If I was at my peak, how could that Commander Tongji possibly capture me? The old man said. He seemed unhappy. If that's the case, we can give it a try. Lu Ming murmured and made a decision. All right, then we'll wait for an opportunity. Once the opportunity arrives, break open the restrictions for me and I'll take you away. Little fellow, during this period of time, Commander Tungsten will surely make you go out and fight. You have to preserve your life and not die. The old man said. You don't have to worry about that. Now, can you teach me how to resist the heart flame demon fire? Lu Ming said. If I teach you now, what if you go back on your words? I think we'll talk about it after we escape. The old man said. Lu Ming had no choice but to wait. For the next 2 days, Commander Wuji did not let Lu Ming go out to fight. It was only on the 3rd day that Lu Ming was finally summoned. Above the stone dungeon and on the battle platform, Lu Ming looked ahead. A tall figure was walking over. Every step he took caused the ground to rumble. It was a gorilla, more than 8 meters tall. It was extremely tall and sturdy. The gorilla wasn't made of flesh and blood, it was made of metal. It was a metallic creature. Its whole body was shining with a black metallic luster. It gave people the impression that it was invincible. Is that one of the top 10 clans, the metallic creature clan? A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. You're just a human of the divine emperor realm. I'll tear you to pieces. The metallic gorilla roared and stomped on the ground. His tall and sturdy body was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. His violent chi was extremely terrifying. Second Great Supreme God Layer. Lu Ming knew that it was a cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. However, his chi was even stronger than the six-eyed middle-aged man Lu Ming had fought last time. Lu Ming threw a punch, colliding with the metal gorilla's fist. There was a violent explosion. Then, Lu Ming's body retreated continuously. He retreated more than 10 steps before he regained his balance. Of course, Lu Ming had done it on purpose. The metallic gorilla was one of the top 10 clans, the metallic creature clan. It was extremely strong. It was indeed stronger than an ordinary cultivator of the Second Great Supreme God Layer. However, it still wasn't a match for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming couldn't show his full strength. He had to act weak. Otherwise, Lu Ming could bet that the enemy would send out a cultivator of the Third Great Supreme God Layer next time. Lu Ming was pushed back a dozen steps. The metallic gorilla was pushed back a few steps as well. You're that strong. The metallic gorilla was astonished. It hadn't thought that Lu Ming, a divine emperor realm cultivator, could be that strong. Even in the metallic creature clan, such a young genius had never appeared before. You're such a strong young genius. If you grow up, you'll become a great enemy of the heavenly palace. I didn't want to kill you, but I have no choice. The metal gorilla roared. Its metal muscles swelled, and its body became more burly. It continued to charge toward Lu Ming. That's what I wanted to say to you. said Lu Ming. He threw a punch. Don't. The two of them started fighting fiercely. They kept exchanging blows. After a few breaths, they had exchanged over 100 attacks. The metallic creature clan was extremely talented. Its entire body was made of metal. Its defense was incredible. Its strength was even greater than that of an ordinary clan. Ordinary cultivators of the second great supreme god layer would be easily crushed by the metallic gorilla. Of course, it wasn't a match for Lu Ming. It was under Lu Ming's control. However, Lu Ming couldn't show too much strength. After exchanging a few hundred attacks with the metallic gorilla, Lu Ming decided to use a method where both of them were injured. He didn't defend himself. He just attacked crazily. Boom! Lu Ming's body was hit by the metal gorilla's punch. His chest caved in and blood flowed out. At the same time, the metallic gorilla's abdomen was also hit by Lu Ming's fist. With a thud, a large part of the metal gorilla's body caved in. The metal gorilla's body staggered back, revealing a pained expression. Die! Shouted Lu Ming. He ignored his defense and attacked the metallic gorilla again. The two of them started fighting crazily. They attacked each other without any regard for defense. Both of them were hit continuously. Not long after, Lu Ming's body was in tatters. Many of his bones were broken. It was a terrifying sight. However, the metal gorilla was not in a better state. There were huge holes in its metal body, and some parts of its body were pierced. There was even one time when Lu Ming hit its neck, almost breaking its head off. The metallic gorilla's chi was getting weaker and weaker. Even though Lu Ming was heavily injured, his chi was still strong. Chapter 4240. This kid has such a unique physique and strong recovery ability. No wonder he dared to use such an internecine battle method. Commander Tungsten whispered from above. This was what Lu Ming wanted Commander Tungsten to see. Commander Tungsten didn't suspect that Lu Ming was hiding his strength. He just thought that Lu Ming's vitality was strong and his recovery ability was superb. After being injured, he could quickly recover. Therefore, he was able to fight the metal gorilla to such an extent even though he was weaker than the latter. He recalled that Lu Ming was injured in the battle with the six-eyed middle-aged man and recovered quickly. He was puzzled at first, but now he figured it out. It was all because of Lu Ming's strong recovery ability. Not bad, not bad. This kind of battle is exciting. Kid, don't die. Give me more exciting battles in the future. Commander Tungsten murmured to himself with excitement in his eyes. What he loved the most was this kind of bloody battle, a battle where both sides were evenly matched. He looked bored in this one-sided battle as he couldn't vent his negative emotions. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and the metal gorilla were still fighting fiercely. However, the more they fought, the more obvious Lu Ming's advantage became. This was because his recovery ability was very strong. After being injured, he could quickly recover and his combat strength wasn't affected much. On the other hand, the metal gorilla couldn't. As the battle continued, its injuries became more serious and its combat strength became weaker. It had the upper hand at the beginning, but it was later suppressed by Lu Ming. In the end, it was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. It was no match for Lu Ming at all. After exchanging dozens of blows, there was a loud bang. Lu Ming blasted the head of the metal gorilla with a punch, killing it completely. Then Lu Ming sat on the ground and gasped for breath. Pretending to be defeated and suppressing my strength is really tiring, Lu Ming muttered to himself. Suppressing his strength and exchanging blows was more tiring than fighting with all his strength. However, in the eyes of the Tungsten Pole commander and the rest, they thought that Lu Ming was exhausted because he had gone all out to fight. Not bad, not bad. It was an exciting fight. Bring him down and let him fight after his injuries have healed, Commander Tungji said. Then, the red-robed old man brought Lu Ming back to the prison. After the red-robed elder left, Lu Ming immediately circulated his taboo power and the injuries on his body quickly healed. Your acting skills are not bad. The old man chuckled. Lu Ming ignored him and focused on recovering. After that, every 3 days, Commander Dongji would send Lu Ming to fight. Each time, he would send a cultivator of the second great supreme god layer, who was as strong as the metal gorilla. Every time, Lu Ming would deliberately suppress his strength, using the method of exchanging injury for injury to kill his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already fought 5 times. On this day, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the dungeon, quietly comprehending the secret technique. Boom! Suddenly, the dungeon shook violently as if there was an earthquake. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling radiance. They're coming, someone is coming," the old man said. Lu Ming was also excited, looking forward to it. Rumble! The dungeon shook more and more violently, as if there was a powerful force constantly bombarding the ground. Kill, kill! At the same time, a voice came from above, penetrating the stone wall, filled with a violent aura. Indeed, someone is coming, but judging from the voice, it doesn't seem like they've completely gone crazy. But their aura is very strong, not weaker than Commander Dong Ji, the old man listened and judged. It seems like there's more than one person coming, there's more. Lu Ming also listened carefully. Yes, there's more than one person. Look, they're going out. Our chance is here, the old man said. At this moment, the red-robed cultivators who were guarding the dungeon rushed out. There were not many people left. Our chance is here, let's take action, or it'll be too late, the old man hurriedly said, but before he could finish his words, he stopped abruptly, his eyes wide open, stunned. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body, and at the same time, small snake-like runes spread out. These small snakes were the power of the restriction. But as soon as these rune-like small snakes appeared, they seemed to burn, turning into wisps of black smoke and disappearing. The restriction on Lu Ming's body disappeared without a trace. So fast, the old man was dumbfounded, stuttering as if something was stuck in his throat. He originally thought that even if Lu Ming could refine the restriction on his body, it would take a while. He did not expect Lu Ming to finish it as soon as he started. This speed was too fast. Let me help you. After refining the restriction on his body, Lu Ming immediately came in front of the old man, grabbed a chain, and poured the restriction energy into it. Buzz! The chain vibrated slightly, and runes appeared on it. These runes were obviously stronger than the ones on Lu Ming's body, but under the effect of the restriction energy, the result was the same. The runes on the chain seemed to burn violently, then turned into wisps of black smoke and dissipated. It's done, I can feel my strength recovering, ha! The old man was overjoyed. There were a total of 8 chains on his body, and now that Lu Ming had refined one of them, the restriction energy immediately loosened, and the old man felt his strength beginning to recover. Quick, continue, the old man shouted. This time, Lu Ming stretched out both hands, holding a chain in each hand, and began to pour the restriction energy. In just a breath's time, the power of the restriction on the 2 chains was refined by the taboo power. There were already 3 chains, and the old man felt his strength recover a little. Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to attack. Soon, the remaining 5 chains were refined by Lu Ming. Boom! When the restriction energy on the last chain was refined by Lu Ming, the old man immediately released a powerful qi. The qi was not very strong at first, but it increased very quickly. In less than half a minute, it had reached a level that shocked Lu Ming. Let's go! The old man laughed and threw a punch, and the door of the dungeon exploded into pieces. The old man took the lead and walked out. Lu Ming followed closely behind him. How did you escape? You're courting death. As soon as Lu Ming and the others went out, a few people in red clothes noticed them. Even though some of them had gone out, some of them had stayed behind. Immediately, a few people in red clothes threw themselves at Lu Ming and the old man. They were extremely fast, and their qi was terrifying. One of them had the strength of the 4th Great Supreme God layer. If Lu Ming fought him alone, he would not be able to defeat him. Chapter 42-41. A few people in red clothes threw themselves at Lu Ming and the old man. One of them had the strength of the 4th Great Supreme God layer, and the other 2 had the strength of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. You're courting death. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After being captured by Commander Dong Ji, he had been tortured endlessly. He was filled with hatred and murderous intent towards those people, but he had been suppressed before, so he could only endure. Now that he was free, how could he endure it? He immediately rushed towards the three people in red clothes. His claws were like sharp blades, and in a flash, the sky was filled with claw lights. Such. The old man's silhouette flickered and the three people in red clothes didn't even have time to scream before they were torn to pieces. The difference between them was too great. Even though they had the strength of the fourth great supreme god layer, they were still killed instantly. The old man's strength was unfathomable. He had been suppressed for so many years and had just been released. He obviously hadn't recovered to his peak strength, but he was still extremely strong. Let's go. It's not the time to take revenge. Wait until I'm fully recovered, then I'll flatten this place, said the old man to Lu Ming. Then he walked up a flight of stairs. He hadn't lost his mind. He knew that it wasn't the time to take revenge. Very soon, Lu Ming and the elder left the ground and came to the surface. Boom, boom. On the ground, the battle was extremely fierce. Lu Ming glanced around and saw that there were two main battlefields. Commander Teng Ji and a red-haired old man were fighting in the air. They were locked in a fierce battle. The red-haired old man's eyes were filled with bloodthirst. He was crazily attacking, but his strength was about the same as Commander Teng Ji's, so it was difficult to determine the winner. On the other battlefield, a group of people in red clothes were attacking three silhouettes. They were three gigantic red wolves. They were extremely strong. Even though there were only three of them and there were dozens of people in red clothes, they were still locked in a fierce battle. There were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground. They were all the people in red clothes. The two of them glanced at the corpses and didn't stop. They quickly rushed outside. Damn it! Damn it! Gentlemen, stay here. High up in the sky, Tungsten let out a furious roar when he discovered Lu Ming and the old man. Tungsten, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will settle this debt with you. Oh, you must live well. Don't completely fall into madness before I come. The old man's voice was filled with mockery. Ah, don't even think about leaving. Commander Teng Ji roared and suddenly attacked, blocking the red-haired old man's attack. Then he wanted to charge towards Lu Ming and the others. The old man had a way to block the heart flame demonic flame. He absolutely could not lose it. You want to leave? The red-haired old man roared crazily. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged towards the Tungsten Commander without regard for his life. The Tungsten Commander was almost hit, and he broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. The other party's strength was in no way inferior to his. If he were to get careless, he could very well die in the other party's hands. You guys, go and stop those two. Commander Tungsten Commander could only order the red-robed men. Immediately, a few red-robed men chased after Lu Ming and the old man. Among them, there was even a fifth-layer Great Supreme God expert. However, the old man was extremely strong. He killed the fifth-layer Great Supreme God expert with a single attack. The other red-robed men were frightened and frantically retreated. Lu Ming and the elder dashed out very quickly and left at high speed. Damn it! Damn it! Commander Tungsten Commander roared anxiously. In the end, Commander Tungsten Commander's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Let's not fight anymore. I'll tell you, the old man who just ran away has a way to block the heart flame demonic flame. Commander Tungsten Commander roared. If this continued, Lu Ming and the old man would run away. He would lose the way to block the heart flame demonic flame. Therefore he simply roared. Even if he had to share it with the red-haired old man, he wouldn't hesitate. As expected, when the red-haired old man heard this, he immediately froze. The brutal, murderous intent in his eyes instantly weakened. His eyes became clear, and then they were replaced by a strong desire. You're telling the truth? He really has a way to block the heart flame demonic flame? The red-haired old man asked in a trembling voice. He had been locked in the heavenly prison for many years. The heart flame demonic flame had corroded him greatly. The negative emotions in his heart were getting stronger and stronger. He was on the verge of going crazy. He had once wanted to submit to the Heavenly Palace and become the Heavenly Palace's Heaven Patroller. The Heavenly Palace's Heaven Patroller was actually the Heavenly Palace's hired thugs. However, because he had offended a genius of the Heavenly Palace, the heavenly palace didn't allow him to submit. He could only be locked in the heavenly prison for the rest of his life until he finally went crazy and died. He wasn't far from going completely crazy. If this continued, the outcome would be predictable. "You better not lie to me," the red-haired old man shouted. Then he turned around and chased after Lu Ming and the old man. Commander Tungsten also stepped out. Like a beam of rainbow light, he chased after Lu Ming and the elder. Lu Ming and the old man flew at full speed. However, Commander Tung Ji and the red-haired old man were even faster. Soon, the distance between the two parties was shortened. "Not good. I'll take you away." The old man's expression changed. He waved his hand and a divine power swept up Lu Ming. Then he suddenly increased his speed and flew forward rapidly. The old man took Lu Ming and increased his speed by a few times. However, he was still slower than Commander Tung Ji and the red-haired old man. The three parties tore through the void like three bolts of lightning. However, the distance between Commander Tung Ji and the red-haired old man and Lu Ming was still gradually shortened. The old man hadn't fully recovered. Now that he was carrying Lu Ming, his speed was more or less affected. Naturally, he wasn't as fast as Commander Tung Ji and the others. If this continued, they would catch up sooner or later. "Do you have any fake secret manuals or jade talismans on you? Throw them out and let them snatch them," Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up and revealed a trace of joy. He transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "Little guy, you're young but you have a lot of thoughts. However, this is a good idea." "Ha!" Of course, the old man didn't immediately take out a fake one. Instead, he continued to fly for a distance. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, the old man put on a forced expression and roared, "If you want a technique to resist the heart flame devil fire, I'll give it to you." After saying that, the old man waved his hand and a jade talisman flew out like lightning towards Commander Tung Ji. Commander Tung Ji's eyes lit up and he reached out to grab the jade talisman. However, how could the red-haired old man let him have his way? He roared, "Get lost. This is mine." Chapter 42-42. The red-haired elder roared and charged towards Commander Tung Ji. His violent attacks seemed like he wanted to tear Commander Tung Ji into pieces. Commander Tung Ji had no choice but to fight back with all his might. Although he had his doubts, he doubted the authenticity of the technique that the elder threw out. However, he could not take the risk. What if it was real? Wouldn't it fall into the hands of the red-haired elder? Once it fell into the hands of the red-haired elder, he could forget about getting it. Therefore, he had to fight with all his might to get the jade talisman. While Commander Tung Ji and the red-haired elder were fighting fiercely, Lu Ming and Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to fly and disappeared from the area in the blink of an eye. The elder carried Lu Ming and flew at full speed. They flew continuously for a day before they found a place to stop and take a rest. With his speed, flying for a day was too long. It was impossible for Commander Tung Ji to catch up with them. "Senior Hao Lu, can you teach me the technique to resist the heart flame demon fire now?" Lu Ming looked at the old man and said to him. Hao Lu was the elder's name. "Hee, little guy, do you really think there's a technique to resist the heart flame demon fire?" Hao Lu chuckled. Lu Ming's face changed. "Senior, what do you mean?" "To tell you the truth, there's no technique to resist the heart flame demon fire at all," Hao Lu said. "What?" Lu Ming's face darkened. He stared at Hao Lu and said, "You've been playing with me since the beginning?" Could Hao Lu have been deceiving Lu Ming from the beginning so that Lu Ming could help him escape? However, why did Commander Tung Ji think that Hao Lu had a technique to resist the heart flame demon fire? Could he have been deceived by Hao Lu too? Lu Ming's face became more and more unpleasant. If not for Hao Lu's strength being too strong, he would have already taken action to suppress Hao Lu. "Little guy, don't be too agitated. Let me finish." Hao Lu was still smiling mischievously. Lu Ming stared at Hao Lu with a gloomy face. He didn't say anything, obviously waiting for Hao Lu to continue. "Although I don't have a technique to block the heart flame devil fire, I do have a treasure that can block it," Vast Willow said. "A treasure that can resist the heart flame devil fire?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Otherwise, Why would that Commander Tung Ji believe that I possess a method to resist the heart flame devil fire? He saw that I was not affected by the heart flame devil fire and thought that I possessed a method to resist it. I naturally beat him at his own game and made him believe that I possess a method to resist the heart flame devil fire. As long as I do not reveal the method, he will not kill me, Hao Lu explained. You're willing to give me a treasure that can withstand the heart flame devil fire? Lu Ming's expression was still ugly. Could it be that there were several treasures that could resist the heart flame devil fire? If there was only one, why would Hao Lu give it to him? Lu Ming was seriously doubtful. This type of treasure that can resist the heart flame devil fire is called the heart jade. This type of heart jade is a consumable item. If it is placed on one's body, it will naturally allow one's mind to remain clear and not be affected by the heart flame devil fire. However, if one continuously uses it, the heart jade will gradually decrease until it finally disappears. I was fortunate enough to obtain a piece of heart jade back then and have already used it for many years. Vast Willow said. You're still playing with me? Lu Ming's eyes flickered with cold light. What's the point of talking about it when it has already been used up? Young man, why are you so impatient? Will you die if you listen to me? Vast Willow said unhappily. Lu Ming felt disdain in his heart. Who was the one who spoke in paragraphs and said to stop for a while? Although the heart jade will be used up, there is a place in the heavenly prison where one can obtain heart jade. I also need to obtain another heart jade. Therefore, I will bring you to the place that produces heart jade. As for whether you can obtain it or not, it will depend on your luck. This old man promises that I will do my best to obtain one for you. Vast Willow said. There is actually such a place in the heavenly prison? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. There was actually a place that produced heart jade in the heavenly prison, and the heart jade was able to resist the heart flame devil fire. In that case, wouldn't it be useless to lock someone up in the heavenly prison? Little brat, you don't have to be happy too early. The production of heart jade is very low, and it can only be found in that place. The competition there is extremely huge. Many terrifying experts will gather there, ready to fight for it at any time. Even if we go there, we might not be able to obtain a heart jade. Vast Willow said. Then why didn't Commander Tungsten and the others fight for it? Lu Ming asked curiously. The heavenly prison is very vast. The place where the heart jade is produced is very far from here. It is normal that the news did not spread here. In addition, those who know about the heart jade will treat it as their own secret and will not easily tell others. Because the more people who know about it, the more competition there will be. No one wants to have more competitors. Vast Willow explained. Lu Ming nodded. This explanation made sense. Because the heart jade was a consumable item, it would be used up after a period of time. It needed to be obtained continuously. Therefore, the fewer people who knew about it, the better it would be. Therefore, Commander Tungsten had misunderstood and thought that Vast Willow had a method to resist the heart flame devil fire. Everything made sense now. Lu Ming's suspicions slowly faded away. Let's rest for a while and then set off. That place is not close. Vast Willow said. The two of them rested for a whole day. Then, Vast Willow led the way. With a great expert like Hao Lu, their speed was much faster. Vast Willow was extremely strong. Lu Ming guessed that Vast Willow had the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer or even the 7th Great Supreme God Layer. A cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God Layer was already extremely strong. He could easily kill a cultivator of the 6th Great Supreme God Layer, not to mention Lu Ming's strength. Therefore, even if they met some crazy people on the way, they would not be a threat to them. Instead, Vast Willow would kill them easily. Unless they met some extremely terrifying people. Once Vast Willow sensed those extremely terrifying people, Vast Willow would take Lu Ming and take a detour. Just like that, they traveled for half a month. During this period of time, Lu Ming felt that the negative emotions in his heart had become a little more serious. Although it was just a little bit and did not affect Lu Ming for the time being, it was indeed becoming more and more serious. If it accumulated over a long period of time, it would be extremely terrifying. This problem had to be solved. Lu Ming had to get the heart jade. Half a month later, according to Vast Willow, They were finally close to the place where the heart jade was produced. It was a desolate mountain range. There were all kinds of pitch-black trees growing on the mountain. It looked ferocious and terrifying. We're almost at the place where the heart jade is produced, the heart jade demon cave. There are always strong cultivators hiding around this area. We have to be careful. Vast Willow warned. His expression became serious. Chapter 42-43. How Lu and Lu Ming landed on the ground and started walking. Stop. Suddenly, How Lu spoke. His voice carried a trace of seriousness as he swept the surroundings with his gaze. Lu Ming stopped and followed How Lu closely. It wasn't a joke. Even How Lu looked serious. Lu Ming's cultivation level wasn't high enough. Of course, he had to follow How Lu. How Lu glanced around. After a while, he withdrew his qi and said, "Let's go. It's safe now." "Did they leave?" asked Lu Ming. "Indeed. They only have the strength of the 6th Great Supreme God layer. They knew they couldn't defeat me, so they left," said How Lu. The two of them continued walking. They didn't encounter any danger for the rest of the journey. Around half an hour later, "We're here," How Lu suddenly said as he looked ahead with bright eyes. Lu Ming also looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. There was a gigantic cliff in front of them. That cliff was tens of thousands of li high and it was at least 100 million li long. It was very smooth, as if someone had cut it open with a blade. Half of it was still there and the other half had disappeared. There was a cave in the middle of the cliff. That cave was round and gigantic. It was at least a few thousand li wide. From a distance, the cave was pitch black. It looked like a gigantic mouth that was going to swallow everything. Outside the cave, there were many people scattered around. There were at least 100 of them. Because the cave was gigantic, it didn't seem crowded even though there were over 100 people scattered around. That cave is the Evil Jade Cave. The Evil Jade Cave came from that cave. But that cave is very dangerous. Sometimes, a terrifying energy comes out of it. Even a cultivator of the 9th Great Supreme God layer will be severely injured or even die. Only a divine lord can break in. But there are no divine lords in the prison of the Heavenly Palace. The divine lords are locked up in other places in the Heavenly Palace. Therefore, it is impossible to rush into the cave to obtain the Jade Heart. The only way is to wait outside the cave. Occasionally, Jade Hearts will rush out of the Devil Jade Heart cave. If you want to obtain a Jade Heart, you have to wait for it to rush out before snatching it. Explained How Lu. Lu Ming's expression was grave. The difficulty of obtaining the Heart Jade was much greater than he had imagined. Lu Ming sized up the hundreds of people present. All of them were experts. Even the weakest among them were far stronger than him. Many of them were not weaker than How Lu, and some were even stronger than How Lu. In other words, any one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. How could he obtain the Jade Heart? He could only play it by ear. "Follow me," How Lu said as he walked towards the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Lu Ming followed closely behind How Lu as they slowly approached the Heart Jade Magic Cave. As they walked, Lu Ming sized up those people. These people came from all kinds of races. There were some races that even Lu Ming had never heard of. These people were all standing in different positions. Some were closer to the Heart Jade Demon Cave, while others were further away from it. There were even some people who were almost standing at the entrance of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Those who were closer to the Heart Jade Devil Cave were the stronger ones, while those who were weaker were further away from the entrance. That was enough to prove how terrifying the Heart Jade Devil Cave was. As Lu Ming and How Lu approached, they attracted many people's gazes. Cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty gazes fell upon Lu Ming and How Lu. Especially Lu Ming, he was the focus of many people's gazes. Interesting. A mere divine emperor dares to come here. Do you want to snatch the Jade Heart from us? A cold voice sounded. You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. Another disdainful voice sounded. Those who dared to come here were at least cultivators of the 6th Great Supreme God layer. Lu Ming was just a divine emperor. Any one of them could easily kill Lu Ming. A divine emperor dared to come here to snatch the Jade Heart from them. That was just wishful thinking. He was overestimating himself. There were even a few eyes that were filled with cold, murderous intent. They had the feeling that they would kill Lu Ming at any time. However, when their eyes swept past Hao Lu, they forcefully suppressed their murderous intent. Hao Lu made them feel a sense of danger, making them feel apprehensive. They weren't sure that they could defeat Hao Lu. If they attacked him, they might get injured. If they got injured in that place, their strength would be weakened and they could be attacked by others. That was extremely dangerous. After a short while, Lu Ming and Hao Lu arrived at an open space, about 1,000 li away from the entrance of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Then they calmly waited. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly, a whistling sound came from the Heart Jade Devil Cave. It sounded like a gust of wind. "They're here," Hao Lu suddenly said, staring at the Heart Jade Devil Cave. The others were the same, their eyes were twinkling as they stared at the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Whoosh whoosh, the whistling sound of the wind became louder. Suddenly, rays of black light flew out from the Heart Jade Devil Cave. These rays of light formed arcs, like curved blades, flying out from the Heart Jade Devil Cave in all directions. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Those who were close to the Heart Jade Devil Cave immediately used their movement skills, flashing rapidly and dodging the rays of black light. At Lu Ming and Hao Lu's side, there were 3 rays of light that flew over at an astonishing speed. "Be careful, don't take it head-on. These rays of light are extremely terrifying, you can't take it head-on." Hao Lu's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. The rays of light were extremely fast. As soon as Hao Lu's voice fell, the 3 rays of light approached. Great God Wind Skill. With a thought, Lu Ming cast the Great Divine Wind Skill. It flickered continuously in the surroundings, transforming into many phantoms and dodging the 3 arc-shaped lights. At the same time, Hao Lu also used his movement skill to dodge the 3 rays of light. In the other directions, those people also avoided all the arc-shaped lights. These people had been here for quite some time, so they were very familiar with the rays of light. Moreover, they were careful enough, so none of them were hit by the rays of light. However, the rays of light were not limited to that. Whoosh whoosh. The whistling sound in the Heart Jade Devil Cave did not stop. In the next moment, more rays of light flew out. This time, there were even more rays of light. This time, there were a total of 5 rays of light that flew towards Lu Ming and Hao Lu. This time, Lu Ming was prepared. He used his movement skill to the extreme and successfully dodged the 5 rays of light. It was the same for those in the other directions. None of them were hit. After this wave of rays of light flew out, the Heart Jade Devil Cave calmed down and returned to its previous calmness. This time, there is no Heart Jade. Hao Lu revealed a look of disappointment. The others were the same. They were more or less disappointed. Chapter 42-44. Every time, the Jade Heart would appear together with this kind of arc-shaped light. When the arc-shaped light flies out, sometimes the Jade Heart would fly out together with it. However, it doesn't appear every time. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Hao Lu explained. Lu Ming nodded but didn't say anything. This brat is actually still alive. A bewildered voice came from the side, sounding very surprised. The others were the same. They all looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The arc light that flew out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave was extremely fast. Originally, they thought that Lu Ming, a divine emperor, would not be able to dodge it unless Hao Lu helped him. However, just now, Lu Ming didn't need Hao Lu's help at all. He relied on himself to avoid those arc-shaped lights. This surprised them. This kid's movement technique is very fast. No wonder he dares to come to this place. However, if he only relies on his movement technique, he won't be able to obtain the Jade Heart. Someone sneered. Lu Ming didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. Those people also felt bored and did not continue to speak. The scene fell into silence again as everyone continued to wait. The wait lasted for half a month. Half a month later, the Heart Jade Magic Cave once again resounded with the sound of howling winds. Everyone's spirits were lifted again. Within the Heart Jade Devil Cave, another arc of light was about to erupt. Every time an arc of light erupted, it meant that there was a chance that a Heart Jade would appear. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, a large number of arc-shaped lights flew out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. This time, there were many arcs of light. From afar, it looked like the entire cave was filled with arcs of light. The experts who were closest to the cave used their movement techniques to the extreme, constantly flashing, avoiding the arcs of light. A large number of arc-shaped lights flew out of the cave and fanned out in all directions. This time, a total of 7 arc-shaped lights flew toward Lu Ming and Hao Lu. Lu Ming executed his movement technique and flashed with all his might, dodging the arcs of light. "Heart Jade, it's the Heart Jade!" Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the entrance of the Heart Jade magic cave. He saw a piece of white jade about the size of a fist flying out of the Heart Jade magic cave. It was extremely eye-catching among the arc-shaped lights. That was the Heart Jade. Many people's eyes lit up, especially those who were close to the cave entrance. Finally, a Heart Jade. Very few Heart Jades flew out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave. On average, only one Heart Jade would fly out of the Heart Jade Devil Cave every year. Those who were unlucky would have to wait a few years to see them. Every piece of Heart Jade was very precious. Not only could it save one's life, it could also reduce the pain caused by negative emotions. However, this piece of jade heart was enveloped by 3 arcs of light and flew out together. The experts closest to the cave originally wanted to rush over, but when they saw this scene, they stopped abruptly. These arcs of light were too terrifying. They could not block them at all. The Heart Jade was enveloped by the 3 arcs of light. They could not obtain it at all. They could only wait for the arc-shaped lights to disperse. With a swoosh, the jade heart flew past the people closest to the entrance of the cave along with a few arcs of light, flying towards the outside. After flying outside, the 3 arcs of light scattered and flew in all directions. The Heart Jade was still flying in one direction. This time, there were no arc-shaped lights. The eyes of the people in that direction lit up. They were burning with passion. "The Heart Jade is mine. Get lost. The Heart Jade is mine." Many people shouted angrily as they threw themselves at the Heart Jade. Those people had been affected by the Heart Flame and Demon Fire. They were filled with all kinds of violent emotions. When they saw the Heart Jade, they went crazy. At least 10 people threw themselves at the Heart Jade from that direction. A fierce battle broke out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling divine light flickered, and the fierce battle reached its climax in an instant. More than 10 people were fighting in a chaotic battle. A cultivator of the 6th Great Supreme God layer gave a horrible shriek. His head was cut off and his soul was destroyed. He died on the spot. But a moment later, the one who had killed him, a cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God layer, was pushed back by another cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God layer. Behind that person, an arc-shaped light was flying. The arc of light cut through that person's body. That person's face was filled with endless terror. Then, with a bang, his body turned into a pile of dust. A cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God layer had been killed by an arc-shaped light. His body and soul had been destroyed. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Hao Lu had told him that the arc-shaped lights were terrifying. Even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer would be severely injured if they didn't die. But hearing about it was one thing. When he saw it with his own eyes, he was still astonished. How strong were cultivators of the 7th Great Supreme God layer? In the primitive universe, he was definitely an expert who could dominate a region. In the Heavenly Palace, he could be a high-level divine general. However, he was hit by an arc of light and died just like that. However, the battle didn't stop even though those people had died. The battle was still intense. Very quickly, 2 more people had died. One of them had been killed by someone else, and the other one had also been killed by the arc-shaped light. After a long battle, a cultivator of the 7th Great Supreme God layer finally obtained the Heart Jade. After that person obtained the Heart Jade, he flew away, intending to leave. If he didn't leave with the Heart Jade, he would be attacked by the others. Besides, that Heart Jade was enough for him to use for a long time. "You want to leave? Give me the Heart Jade and I'll spare your life," shouted a tall and sturdy silhouette, chasing after that person. That tall and sturdy silhouette had a thick and dense chi. He was a cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. The two of them, one running and one chasing, quickly disappeared from this place. The others didn't chase after them. Their silhouettes flickered as they dodged the remaining arc-shaped lights. The battle stopped. Compared to before, there were 4 less people. 4 Great Supreme God layer cultivators had died. "Fuck!" shouted a few people who were closest to the hole. Their eyes were filled with ferocious lights. Some of the others also sighed inwardly. Slowly, the scene calmed down. Everybody continued waiting. Time passed quickly. Another half a month passed. Whistling sounds spread in the air again. More arc-shaped lights flew out, but this time, there was no heart jade. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been here for half a year. Every half a month, there would be 1 or 2 waves of arcs of light flying out. However, ever since the last time a piece of jade heart flew out, there were no more jade hearts. Everybody was very patient. They didn't get impatient and continued waiting. Pooh. Finally, a whistling sound came from the heart jade magic cave again, and arcs of light flew out. This time, there were a few white dots in the arc-shaped lights. Chapter 42-45. The crowd frowned because there were a few white dots in the middle of the lights. Those white dots were emitting a milky white light which was dazzling to the crowd. Jade heart! Jade heart! This time, a few jade hearts had appeared at the same time, which was extremely rare. Many people's eyes turned red and they released a powerful chi. They were ready to attack at any time. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of lights flew out and a few jade hearts also flew out. There were 4 of them in total. 4 jade hearts had flown out at the same time. It was a rare sight. I must get the jade hearts. I must get them. This time I must get one. Many people roared in their hearts as they stared at the jade hearts that were flying out at high speed. Very quickly, the 4 jade hearts approached the entrance of the cave. Of the 4 jade hearts, 3 of them were surrounded by lights and it was difficult to get them. But one of them didn't have any lights around it and it was flying towards them alone. Swish, swish. Immediately, 2 strong cultivators rushed towards that jade heart. Those 2 strong cultivators had dared to stay at the entrance of the cave, so they were the strongest cultivators there. They had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. They were extremely fast and quickly approached the jade hearts. Both of them launched their attacks at the same time. Terrifying killing power blasted towards each other. Boom! Violent explosions spread in the air. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already exchanged a few dozen attacks. Neither of them had managed to get the jade hearts. The jade hearts flew to the other side while they were fighting. "Piss off!" shouted a skinny big man furiously. He turned into an eagle and flapped his wings. His figure flickered and he flew towards the jade hearts at an incredible speed. "Don't even think about it. The jade hearts are mine. How could the other one let him have them?" He also reverted back to his original form and charged over, exchanging blows with the goshawk. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged a dozen attacks. The goshawk was careless and its wing was hit by an arc of light. The goshawk screamed and retreated. At the same time, a feather flew out from its body and turned into a divine sword. It slashed at its own body, and with a poof, half of its body was cut off. This way, even though he was heavily injured, he managed to preserve his life. If he hadn't done so, even if his wings had only been hit by the arc of light, the destructive energy in the arc of light would have completely destroyed him. Song Ying was injured, so the jade heart was taken by another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. As soon as this person obtained the jade heart, he dashed outside, not intending to stay. There were more than 1 or 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer there. If things calmed down, he would be surrounded. 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer were fighting over the jade heart. It took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in a flash. At this moment, the other 3 jades of heart flew out. As soon as they flew out, the arcs of light scattered in all directions, revealing the 3 jade hearts. This time, the scene was completely chaotic. "The heart jade is mine. I must get it. Kill!" Almost everyone moved and rushed towards the 3 pieces of jades of heart. "Little guy, be careful. I'm going to snatch the heart jade. How Lu said and also rushed towards a piece of jade heart. Lu Ming didn't move. With his cultivation level, he wasn't strong enough to join the battle. If he joined the battle, the shockwaves of the battle would be enough to kill him. He used the great godly wind technique to dodge the arcs of light while waiting for an opportunity. Boom boom boom. With the jade hearts as the core, the area was divided into 3 battlefields. There were at least a few dozen people in each area. The battle was too fierce. In just a short while, people were killed. Some people were killed by other strong cultivators, and some people were accidentally hit by the arcs of light and died. Lu Ming saw that Hao Lu was also in danger. He had almost been hit by an arc of light. The battle had only lasted for half a minute, but more than 10 strong cultivators had already died. However, no one had managed to snatch the jade hearts. There were too many strong cultivators. If anyone got close to the jade hearts, they would be attacked by others. The jade hearts were flying back and forth in the strong qi. They didn't know what the jade hearts were made of, but they were extremely hard. Surprisingly, they were safe and sound in the strong qi. Swish. Suddenly, on the battlefield to the left of Lu Ming, the jade hearts were hit by the strong qi and suddenly flew to one side. There was no one on that side. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. Should he make a move? Lu Ming had mastered the Great Teleportation Technique and the Great Aurora Technique. If he made a move, he would definitely be able to get the jade hearts. Lu Ming's mind raced, and dozens of ideas flashed through his mind. In the end, Lu Ming decided to make a move. There was no other reason. The jade hearts were too important. If he didn't have the jade hearts, Lu Ming would sooner or later go crazy because of his negative emotions. However, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. Rather than that, he might as well give it a try. After making up his mind, Lu Ming didn't hesitate anymore and used the Great Aurora Technique. Swish. Lu Ming turned into an aurora and rushed out. In an instant, he was close to the jade hearts. He reached out and successfully grabbed the jade hearts in his hand. Success! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Just as he was about to use the Great Aurora Technique to rush out, a terrifying sword light slashed at Lu Ming from the side. Its power was extremely terrifying. If he was hit, Lu Ming was sure that he would definitely die. Kid, hand over the jade hearts. A roar filled with killing intent came out. There were already people rushing towards Lu Ming. It was too late to retreat. Great Teleportation Technique. Lu Ming wanted to use the Great Teleportation Technique to leave, but in the next moment, his face changed greatly. The Great Teleportation Technique couldn't be used because the space in this area was filled with arcs of light. These arcs of light severely affected the space. This space was extremely unstable and chaotic. If Lu Ming forcefully used the Great Teleportation Technique, he would most likely be teleported to one of the arcs of light. At this moment, the others also rushed towards Lu Ming. Little boy, you're courting death. A trifling divine emperor wants to get the jade hearts? I swear, you're dead. Even if you hand over the jade hearts now, I'll still kill you. Wishful thinking. Dozens of strong cultivators' silhouettes flickered, dodging the arcs of light and rushing towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't use the Great Teleportation Technique, so he had no choice but to run towards the other side. Lu Ming was extremely fast. He dodged the arcs of light and kept moving forward. However, compared to those cultivators of the 7th or 8th Great Supreme God layer, he was still much slower. A skinny middle-aged man was holding a long silver sword. He slashed with his long sword and several sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 42-46. A few silver sword gleams slashed toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. The most shocking thing was that these few sword gleams could actually turn. They seemed to be alive. Like many long snakes, they kept slithering in the air, avoiding the arc-shaped lights and charging toward Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had caught up with Lu Ming. They had blocked Lu Ming's 3 directions. The only direction that wasn't blocked was the direction of the Evil Heart Jade Cave. Because that direction didn't need to be blocked. The 3 sword lights were terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, they were closing in on Lu Ming. Any one of them could instantly kill Lu Ming because they were from a cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. There was no way out. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming moved towards the direction where there were no sword lights. Boom boom. The sword lights missed and collided with the arcs of light, then disappeared without a trace. However, right after that, 2 silver sword gleams dashed toward Lu Ming like long silver snakes. Fuck! Lu Ming bellowed in his heart. However, he had no choice but to continue evading the attacks. He dodged the 2 silver sword lights. But in the next instant, Lu Ming's facial expression drastically changed. Because one of the arcs of light was moving straight towards Lu Ming's face. Just now, he was focused on dodging the few silver sword lights, and most of his attention was on the silver sword lights. In a moment of carelessness, he actually rushed towards an arc of light. The 2 of them were too close and the arcs of light were too fast. It was too late to dodge. At that critical moment, Lu Ming had no choice but to use all his strength to condense forbidden energy in his hand. His hand was like a blade, slashing towards the arcs of light. There was no other way. Lu Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He could only do his best to resist, even though Lu Ming wasn't sure he could succeed. That little boy is dead. The evil heart jade is mine, I must get it. When the others saw that Lu Ming was slashing towards the arcs of light, they were smiling coldly. They thought that Lu Ming was going to die. They sped up and rushed towards the evil heart jade. As soon as Lu Ming was killed by the arcs of light, they would try to snatch the evil heart jade. A clear and melodious sound spread in the air. The sound was similar to what the crowd had expected, but the situation was the opposite. It wasn't Lu Ming who had been slashed, it was the arcs of light. Lu Ming's palm slashed down. The arc-shaped light was like a bubble. It was split into 2 by Lu Ming and then dissipated without a trace. In an instant, everyone's eyes were wide open. Why wasn't Lu Ming dead? Instead, he was able to scatter the arc-shaped light? The arc-shaped light was like a bubble in Lu Ming's hands. If not for the fact that they knew how terrifying the arc-shaped light was, they would have really thought that it was like a bubble that could be easily extinguished. They knew how terrifying the arcs of light were. Even cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God layer would be severely injured if they were hit by the arcs of light. Only a few of them would be severely injured. Most of them would die if they were hit by the arcs of light. Lu Ming was just a piece of trash of the Divine Emperor layer. How could he have slashed the arcs of light? To be honest, even Lu Ming himself was surprised. Just now, he also thought that he was most likely going to die here. He had attacked with all his strength out of instinct. No matter what, he wouldn't give up. He hadn't thought that the arcs of light would be so useless. Could it be because of my forbidden strength? Lu Ming suddenly thought of his forbidden strength. When the arcs of light had collided with his forbidden strength, the arcs of light had been destroyed. It was because of his forbidden strength. That's right. The taboo force is known as the taboo force. It is the most powerful force in the universe. Many types of energy can be restrained by the taboo force. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's try again. With that thought, Lu Ming waved his hand again. The forbidden strength condensed into a palm and slashed at the arcs of light. That arc of light was really like a bubble. It emitted a slight sound and then dissipated. It's really effective. Lu Ming was overjoyed. As for the others, they all came to their senses. This kid is not afraid of the arcs of light. Miracle, miracle, I must capture this kid. This kid is a supreme treasure. These people were all roaring in their hearts. Their eyes were burning with flames of greed. They were even greedier than when they were looking at the Jades of Hearts. Lu Ming was not afraid of the arcs of light. As long as they captured Lu Ming and made Lu Ming listen to them, they could have as many Jades of Hearts as they wanted. At this moment, those people were not rushing towards Lu Ming for the Jades of Hearts. They wanted to capture Lu Ming. You want to capture me now? No way. Lu Ming smiled coldly and immediately used the Great Aurora technique. He turned into a beam of light and moved towards the entrance of the magic jade cave. His entire body was covered in forbidden energy. Wherever he went, the arcs of light that came into contact with him would disperse. In a flash, Lu Ming arrived at the entrance of the magic jade cave. Little boy, stay here. If you dare to move again, I swear I'll make sure you die a horrible death. A few silhouettes also rushed towards the entrance of the magic jade cave. Those people were all cultivators of the 8th great supreme god layer. They were extremely strong. However, Lu Ming didn't feel like paying attention to them. He turned around and rushed towards the magic jade cave. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled a few dozen li. At that moment, the arcs of light in the magic jade cave were about to end. There were no more arcs of light flying out. However, when those cultivators of the 8th great supreme god layer arrived at the entrance of the magic jade cave, they didn't dare chase after him. Even though the magic jade cave was calm and peaceful when the arcs of light didn't appear, as if it was safe, as long as someone dared to go in, the magic jade cave would explode and kill them all. Jades of the heart flew out from the heart jade magic cave. One could imagine that the heart jade magic cave contained a large number of jades of the heart. How could it not be coveted? Many people had wanted to take advantage of the fact that the arcs of light hadn't exploded to go into the magic jade cave and steal the jades of hearts, but they had all died. They had all died in the cave, their souls had all been destroyed. None of them had survived. Otherwise, those people wouldn't have dared to stay outside the magic jade cave. Little boy, you're good? I'll give you a suggestion. Go into the magic jade cave and bring the jades of hearts out to me. Then I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in there forever," said a cultivator of the 8th great supreme god layer coldly. "Indeed, that's what I wanted to say too," said another cultivator of the 8th great supreme god layer. He was on the other side of the magic jade cave. Even if Lu Ming went into the magic jade cave, so what? Chapter 42-47. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A few more silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the demonic jade cave. They were all cultivators of the 8th great supreme god layer. "Little boy, you better be obedient. Go in and take the jades out. Otherwise, this old man will die miserably." "I know you're on the same side," said another cultivator of the 8th great supreme god layer. He was holding someone. It was Hao Lu. Hao Lu was captured. Hao Lu and Lu Ming had come together. Everybody had seen that. When they saw that Lu Ming could break the lights, some cultivators of the 8th great supreme god layer immediately attacked Hao Lu. Hao Lu only had the strength of the 7th great supreme god layer. Of course, he couldn't compete with those cultivators of the 8th great supreme god layer. "Little brother, save me." Hao Lu cried out loudly with a panicked expression. Those people were under the influence of the demonic fire. They killed people without batting an eyelid. If they were angry, they would kill him. He was scared to death. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. At the very least, Hao Lu's character was not bad. Previously, when they were being chased by the Tungsten Commander and the rest, he brought Lu Ming along and did not escape alone. Lu Ming remembered this in his heart. If there was a way, he would help Hao Lu. But how could he help him now? Besides, even though those people didn't dare come in, they were blocking the entrance. Even if he went into the depths of the demonic jade cave and obtained a large number of jades, he wouldn't be able to get out. Even if he got out, those people would probably join hands to kill him and steal his jades. Unless there was another exit in the depths of the demonic jade cave. He had to try. "You better not touch him. Otherwise, even if I get the jades, I won't take them out. We'll just die together." Lu Ming stared coldly at the person who grabbed Hao Lu. "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If you can take the jades out, I'll let him go," said the cultivator of the 8th great supreme god layer, smiling. Then, Lu Ming didn't say anything else. He turned around and went into the depths of the demonic jade cave. Now, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would enter the Heart Jade Magic Cave and see what was going on before making further plans. Everyone stared at Lu Ming, watching as Lu Ming walked step by step towards the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Lu Ming's speed wasn't very fast. Although he had a taboo power that could break through the arcs of light, he didn't dare to be careless. Who knew if there were any other dangers in the depths of the Heart Jade Magic Cave? Lu Ming's body was shrouded in taboo energy as he moved forward step by step. Soon, Lu Ming was 100 li deep into the Heart Jade Devil Cave. Rumble. Suddenly, a faint rumbling sound came from the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Lu Ming felt the ground tremble slightly. Lu Ming's heart tightened. He focused his attention and pushed his taboo energy to the limit. Then, Lu Ming felt a terrifying energy rush out from the front of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. This energy was like a tidal wave, covering the entire cave, leaving no gaps. It was impossible to dodge, so he could only take it head-on. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying energy appeared not far in front of Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming made his move. His palm was like a knife, constantly slashing out. Palm energy bombarded the surging waves. These waves looked terrifying, but after being hit by Lu Ming's palm energy, they were directly split apart, creating a huge hole. It's effective. This energy is exactly the same as the arcs of light. It can be restrained by my taboo energy. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he became more confident. Next, Lu Ming continued to attack, directly destroying this energy. Lu Ming strode forward without any hindrance. Towards the end, Lu Ming's speed became faster and faster, and he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. This kid, what kind of energy does he have to be able to break through the arcs of light? He's really powerful. No wonder he was imprisoned by the Heavenly Palace. As long as we stay here and wait for this kid to come out, the Heart Jade will be ours. We won't have to fear the Heart Flame Devil Fire anymore. Outside the cave, some people were laughing, looking forward to Lu Ming's appearance. The Heart Jade Devil Cave was very deep. Lu Ming walked forward for a distance of more than 10,000 miles. Along the way, he encountered several energy attacks, but they were all easily broken by him. After moving forward for a while, Lu Ming's spirit was lifted. He had finally reached the end of the Heart Jade Devil Cave, and a huge space appeared in front of him. Lu Ming quickened his pace and came to this space. This space seemed to be an underground space. It was very wide and spacious. Yes, spacious. Lu Ming looked around, and there was nothing here. What Heart Jade? He didn't see a single piece. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. The Heart Jade clearly flew out from here, but why didn't he see a single piece of it here? Something's not right. Suddenly, Lu Ming made a discovery. He discovered that there were lines of runes on the ground or on the walls. Although the light was dim, it was still seen by Lu Ming. This spacious space was full of such runes. A large formation. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this was a large formation. This Heart Jade Devil Cave was not formed naturally, but man-made. At this thought, Lu Ming's heart turned cold. After so many years, someone finally came in. Great, my race's many years of planning finally didn't go to waste. Suddenly, a few laughter sounded. The laughter was filled with ecstasy. Then, a figure flashed, and a few figures suddenly appeared in this space. There were more than a dozen of them. There's really someone. Lu Ming was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat, but the space behind Lu Ming fluctuated slightly, and a figure already appeared behind Lu Ming. What fast speed! Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's speed was too shocking, exceeding his reaction time. Lu Ming's body also stiffened. He knew that this was a terrifying powerhouse. If he wanted to kill him, he absolutely had no room to resist. If there's no other way, I can only take out the purple copper coffin and risk it all. Lu Ming focused his mind and communicated with the purple copper coffin. Once something was wrong, he would take out the purple copper coffin and risk it all, although he did not know if it was effective. At this time, Lu Ming saw these people's appearances clearly. These people looked very strange. Each and every one of them was tall and thin, like thin bamboo poles. The most special thing was their heads. Their heads were very long, and the top of their heads was pointed, like an awl. What race was this? Lu Ming had never seen or heard of it before. But what made Lu Ming more at ease was that he did not sense any malice from these people. These people's eyes stared fixedly at Lu Ming, full of ecstasy, curiosity, and anticipation. Everyone, I'm Mu Yun. If I've disturbed you in any way, please forgive me. I'll withdraw now. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. Chapter 42-48. Back out? Since you can come here, how can you back out? A burly man with a conical head said. Lu Ming's expression changed as he said, Everyone, what is the meaning of this? I didn't mean to offend you when I came in. At the same time, Lu Ming was on full alert, maintaining contact with the purple copper coffin at all times. If the situation went wrong, he would immediately take out the purple copper coffin and fight for his life. Seeing that Lu Ming was on his guard, the few men with conical heads smiled faintly. One of them, who looked like an old man with 2 white eyebrows, smiled slightly and said, "Little friend, don't misunderstand. We have no ill intentions." After saying that, he said to the others, "Let's back up a little. Don't alarm this little friend." After saying that, he took a few steps back. The others also retreated. The expert standing behind Lu Ming also retreated, keeping a distance from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly relieved because he could feel that these people really did not have any ill intentions. Lu Ming's spirit sense was very sharp. He could acutely sense whether the other party had any ill intentions towards him. "Everyone, since you have no ill intentions towards me, why are you not letting me back down? What is the meaning of this?" Lu Ming asked. "That's because we have something to ask you for help with." The old man with 2 white eyebrows said, "You have something to ask me for help with? With my cultivation, what can I do to help?" Lu Ming was puzzled, but in the next moment, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be related to his taboo power? Sure enough, the old man with 2 white eyebrows said, "Of course you can help. Little friend, the power you control is very special. We set up a large formation here and activated the power of void annihilation, but it was easily broken by you. This is not something that anyone can do. In fact, we have set up this formation here for several stellar years, and only you can do it." The power of void annihilation? The arc-shaped light that flew out of this cave was all because of this formation? Lu Ming said, his gaze once again sweeping across the runes on the ground. "That's right." The old man with 2 white eyebrows nodded. "That heart jade was also thrown out by you?" Lu Ming asked again, his eyes filled with anticipation. "That's right, the heart jade was refined by my clan." The old man with 2 eyebrows nodded. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly in shock. The jades of the heart were actually refined by these people and not naturally contained within the world. This greatly exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. These people were actually able to refine treasures like the jade heart. Wouldn't that mean that they wouldn't be affected by the heart flame demonic fire in the heavenly prison? You're doing this to find someone who can break the power of void annihilation? What exactly do I have to help you with? Lu Ming said. He knew that if he didn't agree to help the other party, even if the other party didn't do anything to him, he definitely wouldn't give the heart jade to him. The other party wasn't that stupid. Therefore, it seemed that the other party was definitely going to help. Therefore, the first thing he had to do was to ask the other party what he wanted to help him with. Speaking of which, we have to start from the history of my clan. My clan is called the Sky Heart Clan. I wonder if you've heard of it? The old man with 2 eyebrows asked. Sky Heart Clan? I've never heard of it. There doesn't seem to be such a clan in the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. Lu Ming shook his head. In fact, he had some doubts in his heart. Putting everything else aside, just the strength of the dozen people in front of him was extremely shocking. There were definitely peak god emperors among them. Logically speaking, with such experts holding the fort, they should be able to squeeze into the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. However, they weren't on the board of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. After all, my clan has been gone for countless years. The old man with 2 eyebrows sighed. The other members of the Sky Heart clan were furious. Let me tell you the truth. Countless years ago, my clan was very famous in the primitive universe. During our heyday, we were ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe, the old man with 2 eyebrows said. What? Top 10? Lu Ming exclaimed. He was really too shocked. During their heyday, the Sky Heart clan was ranked in the top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe. The top 10 of the 10,000 races board of the primitive universe were known as the top 10 races. They were extremely powerful and had an unfathomable foundation. For example, the Angel Clan, the Demon Clan, the Blood Clan, the Buddha Clan, and so on. Which one of them wasn't famous in the universe? They were the pinnacle forces of the universe. If it wasn't for the Heavenly Palace, they would have been the overlords of the universe. The Skyheart clan was one of the top 10 races back then. It was really terrifying. However, how could such a powerful clan suddenly disappear from the universe? He hadn't even heard of it until now. Lu Ming also asked the question in his heart. It's because of the Heavenly Palace. This time, the old man with 2 eyebrows was also furious. He said, "Back then, my clan discovered some secrets of the Heavenly Palace and was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Palace's rule. The Heavenly Palace immediately killed us and sent a large number of experts to annihilate my clan. The remaining people were all locked up in the prison. It's the Heavenly Palace again. Even the top 10 races couldn't withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Palace." Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He thought of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was also one of the top 10 races back then. They were extremely powerful. In the end, they were still annihilated by the Heavenly Palace. Now, they were removed from the top 10 races. In history, the top 10 races weren't fixed. Every once in a while, there would be a race that weakened or was completely annihilated and then replaced by another race. In fact, the mastermind behind all of this was the Heavenly Palace. The old man with 2 eyebrows said again. Lu Ming was speechless. The Heavenly Palace was indeed powerful. This was undeniable. He waited for the old man to continue. He believed that the old man would soon tell him why he needed his help. Sure enough, the old man with 2 eyebrows continued. "My clan has been exterminated and the remaining people have been imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison, never to leave. However, my clan is not willing to accept this. My clan was so strong in the past, we are not willing to remain silent. We want to leave, but our strength is too weak. Our strongest expert is only at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. Our Divine Lord experts are imprisoned in another place. Only by rescuing our Divine Lord can we have hope. Therefore, we set up the Void Annihilation Array here and then used the Jade Heart to lure the other people in the prison to fight for it. Only those who could break the Void Annihilation Array could help my clan and save the Divine Lords." The old man with 2 eyebrows explained. In this way, Lu Ming understood all the secrets of the Jade Heart and the Jade Heart Demon Cave. However, there was a bigger problem. "You want me to save the Divine Lords of the Sky Heart clan? I don't think I can do it with my cultivation," Lu Ming said. He was only at the Divine Emperor realm. "We don't need your cultivation. We only need your strength. Our race's Divine Master is imprisoned in another place, not this prison. However, a few stellar years ago, our race discovered that the place where our Divine Master was imprisoned is connected to this prison. Our race has already discovered the passageway leading to that place, but the passageway has been sealed by a powerful force. After a long time, the experts of my clan finally discovered that force. It was the Void Annihilation Array." The old man with 2 eyebrows said. Chapter 42-49. The experts of my race who are proficient in arrays spent a great deal of effort to create an array. This array can mimic the power of the seal, Void Annihilation. Since you can break Void Annihilation, you should be able to break the seal and release the God Lord experts of my race. The 2-browed elder continued to explain. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was just breaking the seal, so it was fine. "I can help, but I need Jade Heart. Also, if you can get out, bring me out with you," Lu Ming said. That's simple. If you have any other requests, you can ask. As long as my race can fulfill them, we will not refuse," the old man with the 2 eyebrows said. Then he waved his hand, and a number of crystals suddenly appeared in the air. Jade Heart, all of them Jade Heart. There were more than 100 of them. "Little friend, take these Jade Heart first." "Oh, my name is Xen Wu, an elder of the Sky Heart race." "Little friend, you can call me Elder Xen Wu." The 2-browed elder waved his hand, and more than 100 Jade Heart flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the Jade Heart. "Then many thanks to Elder Xen Wu." Lu Ming cupped his fists. At the same time, he took out a heart jade and held it in his palm. He then injected the taboo force into the heart jade. Immediately, the heart jade disappeared from Lu Ming's palm and appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness the next moment. At the same time, the jade heart emitted a cool energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming had been a little restless from the corrosion of the jade heart devil fire, and the negative emotions in his heart disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the cool energy of the jade heart isolated him from the jade heart devil fire. The effects of the jade heart were better than Lu Ming had imagined. It was no wonder those experts outside the jade heart devil cave were willing to risk their lives to obtain the jade heart. At the same time, he sighed. The experts outside had to risk their lives to obtain a single heart jade, but he had easily obtained over 100 of them. He wondered what kind of expression those people would have when they found out. Thinking of this, Lu Ming thought of Hao Lu and Commander Tungsten. Everyone, I still have one more thing that I need your help with. I have a friend who has been captured outside the Heart Jade Devil Cave. I hope that you can help me save him. Also, I need you to help me kill someone. Lu Ming said. That's simple. Since we found you, there's no need for this place to exist any longer. Let's set off now. Elder Wu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists, then turned around and walked out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Elder Wu brought a dozen experts from the Sky Heart race and followed behind Lu Ming. They didn't have to worry about any threats when they came out. Their speed was very fast. In just a few breaths, they had crossed the Heart Jade Magic Cave's passageway. The light from outside pierced in. Lu Ming strode out. Outside the Heart Jade Magic Cave, those experts were guarding the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Among them, there were 2 experts of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer who were controlling Hao Lu, making it difficult for him to move. This time, it's really troublesome. Am I going to die here? Hao Lu sighed. He didn't have much hope for Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming could come out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave alive and bring out a large number of Heart Jades, those people wouldn't let Lu Ming go. Not only would they steal Lu Ming's Heart Jades, but they would also control Lu Ming. They would make Lu Ming their tool in the future to collect Heart Jades for them. As for him, once he no longer had any value, he would definitely be mercilessly killed by these people. In other words, he was doomed. If I had known earlier, I would have been imprisoned by Tungsten. Hao Lu sighed inwardly. Suddenly, someone shouted, "That kid is coming out." Hao Lu was astonished. He hastily raised his head and looked at the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. He knew that it was time to decide his fate. Everyone's gazes also turned towards the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. A silhouette slowly walked out of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. It was pitch black and his face was revealed. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? That kid is coming out. He's safe and sound. Did he get the Heart Jades? That kid must have obtained a large number of Heart Jades. I'm rich. From now on, I won't have to suffer from the Heart Jade magic fire anymore. Among them, the strongest cultivators were extremely excited. They were filled with excitement and excitement. Little boy, do you have any Heart Jades? Hurry up and give them to us. Hurry up and show us. A few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer immediately walked towards the entrance of the cave while releasing powerful qi. You should let him go first, said Lu Ming pointing at Hao Lu. This caused Hao Lu's heart to feel slightly warm. Lu Ming hadn't forgotten about him. Little boy, you don't have the right to talk about conditions with us. Do you understand? Said the cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer who had captured Hao Lu. Is that so? Didn't you want the Heart Jades? Look at them. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand and more Heart Jades appeared in his hand. There were more than 50 of them. Outside the Heart Jade Devil Cave, over 100 experts widened their eyes, almost popping out of their sockets. Heart Jades, all of them were Heart Jades. There were more than 50 of them. That was more than 50 Heart Jades. They had never seen so many Heart Jades. As expected, Lu Ming had obtained a great harvest in the Heart Jade Magic Cave. They were overjoyed, especially the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. They were overjoyed. They thought that they were the strongest cultivators there. As long as they didn't kill each other, the Heart Jades would be theirs. They wouldn't have to suffer from the Heart Jade magic fire anymore. Little boy, quick, give me the Heart Jades, quick, said an old man of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer, staring at Lu Ming. To be exact, he was staring at the heart jades in front of Lu Ming. He wanted to take all of them for himself. "Give them to me quick," said another cultivator of the 8th Great Supreme God layer. "Little boy, give them to me. Otherwise, your friend will die miserably," said the cultivator who had captured Hao Lu. He moved closer to the entrance of the cave. However, they didn't dare enter the Heart Jade Magic Cave. They were afraid of it. Lu Ming smiled coldly. He waved his hand and put all the heart jades into his ring. His storage ring had originally been given to the Bone Demon. His current storage ring had been given to him by the Sky Heart Tribe. Afterward, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, retreating for dozens of miles. "Little boy, what are you doing? Hand over the heart jades. Do you know you want to die?" shouted the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer furiously. Chapter 4250. When the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God layer saw that Lu Ming had put away the jade heart and was retreating, they all roared furiously as if they were going to defeat Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming smiled coldly and said, "Didn't you hear me tell you to let him go? If you don't let him go, I'll never come out of this cave. Let's see who has more patience and who can wait. Anyway, I have the jade heart, so my soul won't be corroded by the demonic fire." Lu Ming sneered coldly. He simply sat cross-legged on the spot, looking relaxed and carefree. Hao Lu was pleasantly surprised. As expected, this kid was full of tricks. Indeed, Lu Ming had the jade heart, so he had the upper hand. He could defeat these strong cultivators for sure. They didn't dare enter the Jade Heart Demon Cave, so they could only listen to Lu Ming. Otherwise, they would never be able to get the Jade Heart. The strong cultivators around the Jade Heart Demon Cave ground their teeth. They wished they could cut Lu Ming into pieces. However, they didn't dare enter the Jade Heart Demon Cave, so they could only stare at each other. Very quickly, 10 days had passed. "Alright, I'll let him go first. But if you dare play any tricks, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." The expert who caught Hao Lu gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were filled with anger. However, no matter how angry he was, he could only suppress it. He waved his hand and Hao Lu flew away, regaining his freedom. As soon as Hao Lu regained his freedom, he flew to the entrance of the Jade Heart Demon Cave. However, he stopped there, not daring to enter. "Come in, it's all right. If there's danger, I'll take care of it," Lu Ming said to Hao Lu. Hao Lu ground his teeth and chose to believe in Lu Ming. He stepped forward and entered the Jade Heart Demon Cave, arriving next to Lu Ming. Of course, he was extremely nervous. He looked around vigilantly. This was the Jade Heart Demon Cave. Who knew how many strong cultivators had died here? It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Even though Lu Ming could resist the energy of the Jade Heart Demon Cave, he was still nervous. "What do we do now? If we stay here and don't move, those people won't let us go." Hao Lu sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. At the same time, various thoughts were running through his mind. He wanted to think of a way to escape. However, after much thought, the only way he could think of was to stay in the Heart Jade Magic Cave and not leave. "Brat, now that I've released her, hurry up and come out. Give me the Jade Heart." The expert who caught Hao Lu roared. Deep in his eyes, there was a cold, killing intent. He secretly swore in his heart that as long as Lu Ming came out and handed over the Jade Heart, he would make Lu Ming regret his decision just now. He would make Lu Ming suffer a fate worse than death. "Don't go out. These people won't keep their promises. Or, you can force them to swear on their life essence that they won't kill us," Hao Lu hurriedly said to Lu Ming. "This old fellow is courting death." Many people glared at Hao Lu, wishing they could slap him to death. If Lu Ming really forced them to swear on their life essence that they wouldn't kill Lu Ming and the rest, they could only let Lu Ming and the rest go. Yes, make them swear. Hao Lu was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would blurt out such a brilliant idea. After all, Lu Ming had the initiative now. However, Lu Ming had a faint smile on his face and said, "No need to go through so much trouble. Let's go out." After saying that, Lu Ming stepped out. Was there a need to force them to swear on their lives to deal with these people? He had more than 10 experts from the Sky Heart clan. There were peak emperor gods in the Sky Heart clan. These people weren't enough. The reason why he didn't let the people from the Sky Heart clan appear previously was because he was worried about Hao Lu. After all, Hao Lu was in the hands of the other party at that time. Now that Hao Lu had escaped, he didn't have any more worries. However, Hao Lu didn't know about this. When he saw Lu Ming walking out, his expression changed drastically. Mu Yun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You're walking right into a trap if you go out now. Are you tired of living? Hao Lu shouted. The experts outside the Heart Jade Magic Cave were all overjoyed. This brat actually sent himself out. Ha, that's great. Previously, I thought this brat was a troublesome character. I didn't expect this brat's brain to be so bad. When this brat comes out, I'll make him wish he was dead. These people roared in their hearts. Of course, they didn't think of killing Lu Ming. They just wanted to torture Lu Ming and make him regret what he did earlier. Hao Lu shouted anxiously. I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at Hao Lu. He continued to step out and soon arrived at the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. Bang. Finally, Lu Ming took a step forward and officially left the Heart Jade Demon Cave. He stepped out of the Heart Jade Demon Cave. The eyes of the cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer who were close to the entrance of the Heart Jade Magic Cave suddenly lit up. Cold chi emerged from their bodies. Little brat, hand over your jades. Give me all your jades of heart, shouted a few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. I advise you not to attack. Let us leave. Otherwise you'll die miserably, said Lu Ming indifferently. Many people almost burst into laughter when they heard Lu Ming. What was Lu Ming talking about? A godly emperor cultivator was shamelessly telling a group of cultivators of the 8th and 7th Great Supreme God Layer that if they attacked, they would die miserably. Wasn't that a joke? Little brat, I think you're crazy. I'll attack. Let's see what you can do to me. Kneel down. A few cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer immediately attacked Lu Ming. They wanted to take Lu Ming's jades first. If they took them first, they would have the upper hand. Maybe they could take them all. 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer had attacked him. Their speed was too fast. Lu Ming couldn't resist such an attack. However, Lu Ming didn't try to dodge. He just stood there motionlessly. Damn it. We're done for. Hao Lu's face was deathly pale. He couldn't do anything. They were done for. They had worked so hard to gain the upper hand, but now it was gone. However, at that moment, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. They were 2 cultivators of the Sky Heart clan. They were 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer. The 2 cultivators of the 9th Great Supreme God Layer attacked at the same time. A total of 4 rays of light shot towards the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. Each cultivator of the Sky Heart clan was fighting against 2 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. The difference between 9th and 8th Great Supreme God Layer was too big. They couldn't fight back at all. The 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer couldn't withstand a single attack. The 4 rays of light flashed and the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer stiffened. Chapter 4251. For lights flashed and the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer were petrified. A hole had appeared between their eyebrows and blood was gushing out. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the 2 cultivators of the Tian Xen clan. They couldn't believe their eyes. They couldn't believe that 2 such strong cultivators had suddenly appeared in the magic jade cave. At the same time, their eyes were filled with intense fear. Then their life auras rapidly weakened. 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer fell down on the ground, their chi completely gone. They were dead. 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer had been killed in a flash. Everybody was astonished. They were petrified and their eyes were wide open. They stared at the 2 cultivators of the Tian Xen clan and then at Lu Ming. They were just like the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer who had been killed. They were all confused. Why had 2 strong cultivators suddenly appeared in the magic jade cave? What was the relationship between them and Lu Ming? Those 2 cultivators were obviously helping Lu Ming. The 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer had been killed because they wanted to attack Lu Ming. They remembered what Lu Ming had just said. I advise you not to attack, otherwise, you will die miserably. Earlier on, Lu Ming's words seemed like a joke to them. It was comical and ridiculous. But now, they realized that what Lu Ming had said wasn't a joke at all. It was a fact. Unfortunately, nobody had believed him. Therefore, the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer had died. The others shuddered as they secretly rejoiced in their hearts. Especially the other cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. They were soaked in cold sweat. They felt lucky that they had attacked too slowly. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to die. Hao Lu, who was behind Lu Ming, was dumbstruck. He thought he was dreaming. We'll kill anyone who dares touch Prince Mu Yun. A cold voice was heard from the Heart Jade demonic cave. Elder Xen Wu led a group of people out and came to Lu Ming's side. Of course, it was Elder Xen Wu who had just spoken. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Those people were even more confused. There were still people in the Heart Jade Devil Cave. And there were so many of them. They all seemed to be incomparably powerful existences. Moreover, he even addressed Lu Ming as young Master Mu Yun. He was completely on Lu Ming's side. What the F***ck is going on? Many people roared in their hearts, unable to understand. Now, is there anyone else who wants the Jade Heart in my hands? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the crowd as his indifferent voice sounded. No one spoke, no one dared to speak. Nonsense, of course I want it. Whoever doesn't want it is a beast. There were 1,000, 10,000 desires in their hearts. If it was just Lu Ming alone, they would have already snatched it. But now, they glanced at the 4 cultivators of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer who had been killed and their hearts were pounding. Whoever wanted her was a beast. Everyone involuntarily stepped back to express their intentions. Although the Jade Heart was important, compared to being killed right now, it was better to save his life. Hao Lu, let's go. Lu Ming said to Hao Lu, then strode out of the place. Hao Lu hurriedly followed Lu Ming. He was still in a daze. Soon, they left the area. Hao Lu, these 10 Jade Hearts are for you. Lu Ming waved his hands and 10 pieces of Jade Heart flew out toward Vast Willow. Hao Lu instinctively reached out his hand to catch them. He was stunned. After a while, his entire body began to tremble. Even his lips were trembling. He was excited. 10 Jade Hearts, a total of 10 Jade Hearts. He had never dreamed that he would be able to obtain 10 Jade Hearts in one go. After a long time, he had finally obtained a Jade Heart after much effort. That was because not many people knew the secret of the Jade Heart, so the competition wasn't as fierce as now. He was lucky enough to obtain a Jade Heart. This time, he didn't have much hope when he brought Lu Ming here. He was just hoping that he would be able to obtain something. He had never thought that it would end up like this. The entire process was full of twists and turns. It was extremely thrilling. Hao Lu, thank you for bringing me here. However, I have other matters to attend to. Let's part ways here. Lu Ming said. Alright. Hao Lu then woke up from his dream. He took a look at the people from Sky Heart Tribe. He knew that Lu Ming had something to attend to and it definitely had something to do with these people. However, these people were extremely powerful and it was obvious that he couldn't interfere. Luckily, he had obtained 10 Jade Hearts and could use them for a long time. He was already satisfied. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate allows. Hao Lu cupped his fists. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lu Ming nodded his head and didn't stay any longer. He left with Elder Xen Wu and the rest. After flying for a while, they arrived at a mountain peak. Elder Xen Wu, please wait for me here for a while. Once I've dealt with that matter, I'll meet up with you. Lu Ming said. It's all right. My tribe has waited for a long time and we don't mind waiting a little longer. The 2 of you follow young Master Mu Yun. Elder Xen Wu nodded and ordered the 2 9th-level Great God Layers from the Sky Heart clan. Yes. The 2 powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan received the order. Afterward, Lu Ming stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming's matter was naturally Commander Tung Ji's matter. Repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. This was Lu Ming's principle. Commander Teng Ji had dealt with him and he naturally had to take revenge. After a period of time, Lu Ming arrived at the region where Commander Teng Ji was at. Looking from afar, he could see a few red-robed men patrolling the region. It was obvious that the battle had ended and peace had returned. Lu Ming brought the two experts from Sky Heart Tribe and headed forward. "Who's there?" The moment Lu Ming got close, he was discovered. In a flash, a few red-robed men appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. This lad looks familiar. It's that lad, the lad who escaped during the chaos. That old man isn't here. Quick, spread the news. These people quickly recognized Lu Ming and let out a few exclamations. In the beginning, they were afraid that how Lu would be with Lu Ming. They were shocked. However, after scanning the area, they did not see How Lu. They instantly felt at ease. In a flash, they surrounded Lu Ming. As for the two experts from Sky Heart Tribe, they couldn't detect their cultivation levels. The two experts from Sky Heart Tribe were much stronger than them and they couldn't detect their cultivation levels. However, they were still cautious and had some misgivings. Hence, they did not take action directly. Instead, they surrounded Lu Ming and the rest, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Chapter 4252. Lu Ming did not make a move. He placed his hands behind his back and waited calmly. Lu Ming did not speak. The two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe naturally did not make a move. They stood beside Lu Ming calmly as though they did not see the red-robed men. In their eyes, the red-robed men were like ants that could be killed easily. Naturally, they did not put them in their eyes. In just half a minute, several figures flew over. They were all red-robed men and there were at least a dozen of them. The leader was an old man in a red robe. He was an old acquaintance of Lu Ming. Back then, he had captured Lu Ming and locked Lu Ming in the dungeon. These red-robed men were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived. "Brat, you still dare to come back?" When the red-robed old man saw Lu Ming, he shouted angrily. His eyes were filled with anger. Because of Lu Ming, he had been severely punished by Commander Teng Ji. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Before Lu Ming came, How Lu had been locked up for many years without escaping. However, after Lu Ming came, How Lu escaped not long after. Commander Teng Ji thought that this had something to do with Lu Ming. Since he was the one who captured Lu Ming, he was naturally implicated. When he saw Lu Ming, the red-robed old man's anger exploded. Teng Ji did not come out. "That's good too. I'll deal with you first before dealing with Teng Ji." Lu Ming said indifferently. "What? Brat, I think you're courting death." The red-robed old man shouted angrily. Then, he looked at the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe and his eyes narrowed. Previously, he had focused all his attention on Lu Ming and neglected the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe. Now that he looked at them, he immediately discovered the problem. His cultivation was much higher than the rest. When he looked at the two experts from the Sky Heart Tribe, he instinctively felt danger. Although they did not release their auras, they still gave him a strong sense of pressure. In addition, since Lu Ming had already escaped, it was strange that he would return. Something's not right. It's a trap. The red-robed old man was shocked, and then he quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. At this moment, Lu Ming had already spoken. "Seniors, do it," Lu Ming said. "Bush, bush." As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, the two powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan struck. Their figures flashed and turned into phantoms as they charged toward the red-robed men. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that these red-robed men couldn't dodge at all. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out. When the two experts from the Sky Heart race stopped, over 10 red-robed cultivators had been pierced through. Their souls had been annihilated. More than 10 red-robed men had fallen, including the red-robed old man. "Go!" Lu Ming did not even look at these people as he stepped forward. Soon, he leaped over a mountain and the huge fighting stage appeared in front of Lu Ming. On the fighting stage, two figures were fighting fiercely. Above them, Commander Teng Ji was watching. As he watched, his eyes flickered with tyrannical radiance from time to time. During this period of time, he was very unhappy, extremely unhappy. How Lu had escaped and he couldn't find a way to resist the heart flame demonic fire. This made the negative emotions in his heart even more explosive and difficult to control. Therefore, during this period of time, he had to watch others fight every day to vent his emotions. If it wasn't for this, he would have gone crazy. Damn how Lu and that brat. Damn it. Damn it. Don't let me see you. I'll make you suffer the greatest pain in the world, Commander Tung Ji roared in his heart with a hideous expression. Suddenly, Commander Tung Ji sensed something. He looked up into the sky and his eyes widened abruptly. He naturally saw Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, just as he thought of this brat appeared. Previously, the red-robed elder did not tell Commander Tung Ji that Lu Ming was here. The red-robed elder wanted to take down Lu Ming himself and apologize to Commander Tung Ji. Therefore, Commander Tung Ji did not know that Lu Ming was here. When he saw Lu Ming, he was stunned. Brat, how dare you come back? Where's Hao Lu? Ask him to come out. Commander Tung Ji roared furiously. His body soared into the sky and charged towards Lu Ming. He stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Lu Ming. However, just as he was halfway there, his rapidly moving figure suddenly stopped. His pupils constricted rapidly, revealing a trace of fear. Because he saw two experts from the Sky Heart tribe. His cultivation level was higher than the red-robed elders. He had reached the 7th Heaven Emperor God realm. He realized that the aura of the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe was extremely terrifying. They were many times stronger than him. Terrifying, dangerous, not good. Commander Tung Ji could no longer care about Lu Ming and he retreated rapidly. However, it was too late. One of the experts from the Sky Heart tribe had already attacked. His body flashed and he appeared in front of Commander Tung Ji. No, spare my life. Commander Tungsten let out an earth-shattering cry for mercy. His voice was filled with terror. However, Lu Ming would not let him go. The expert from the Sky Heart tribe attacked without hesitation. Commander Tung Ji roared furiously and used all his strength to resist. However, the difference between the 7th Heaven Emperor God realm and the 9th Heaven Emperor God realm was too great. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. A divine light flashed and Commander Tung Ji's forehead was pierced. He died on the spot. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were still wide open, filled with unwillingness and confusion. At that moment, the surrounding red-robed men were dumbfounded. Everything had happened too quickly. When Commander Tung Ji saw Lu Ming, he immediately attacked. However, he was killed halfway by the expert from the Sky Heart tribe. Everything had happened in an instant. In the hearts of the red-robed men, the extremely powerful Commander Tung Ji had been killed so easily. It was like a dream. Run! Suddenly, one of the red-robed men shouted and turned around to run. Even Commander Tung Ji had been killed so easily. Wouldn't they be courting death if they stayed behind? The other red-robed men also reacted and fled in all directions. Lu Ming did not ask the experts from the Sky Heart tribe to chase after them. His main target was Commander Tung Ji. As long as he killed Commander Tung Ji, it would be fine. As for the others, as long as they did not take the initiative to die, he would not care. Soon, all the red-robed men had run away. On the fighting stage, the two figures who were fighting stopped and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. They were extremely happy to see Commander Tung Ji being killed. However, there was a formation on the fighting stage and they could not escape immediately. Seniors, break the formation here and let the two of them out. Lu Ming said to the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe. The two experts from the Sky Heart tribe nodded and attacked. With their cultivation of the 9th Heaven Emperor God realm, it was not difficult for them to break the formation on the fighting stage. It did not take them long to break the formation on the fighting stage. The two people on the fighting stage were overjoyed. They flew over and cupped their fists. Thank you, young master, for saving us. Chapter 4253. You're welcome. We're all victims. Lu Ming smiled. The two of them thanked each other again before leaving the place. Afterward, Lu Ming led the two powerful figures from the Sky Heart clan into the dungeon and released all the living creatures that were imprisoned in the dungeon. Lu Ming also removed the seals on these prisoners. These prisoners were naturally grateful and left one after another. After settling this matter, Lu Ming and the two experts from the Sky Heart tribe left the place to meet up with Elder Xen Wu and head to the Sky Heart tribe together. They were still very far away from the Sky Heart tribe. They traveled continuously for 7 days before arriving at the territory of the Sky Heart tribe. The Sky Heart tribe occupied a vast area in the heavenly prison and thrived there. They wouldn't be corroded by the heart flame demon fire. Over the years, their numbers had multiplied greatly. However, there seemed to be some kind of seal or restriction in the Sky Prison. In the Sky Prison, one's cultivation could only reach the peak Emperor God realm before it was difficult to break through. Over the years, the Sky Heart tribe had never produced a Divine Lord realm expert. Therefore, they wanted to break the seal and release the sealed Divine Lord realm experts of the Sky Heart tribe. When Lu Ming arrived at the Sky Heart tribe, he received a grand reception. Almost all the upper echelons of the Sky Heart tribe were present to welcome Lu Ming. The Sky Heart tribe was so powerful and prosperous in the past. How could they be willing to accept the fact that they had fallen to such a state? Now, Lu Ming had become their only savior. How could they not value him? Lu Ming rested in the Sky Heart tribe for another 3 days. Then, a big shot from the Sky Heart tribe brought Lu Ming to the place where the seal was. This was a barren land guarded by a large number of experts from the Sky Heart tribe. Outsiders couldn't get close. That is, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed the moment he arrived at this area. There was a shocking scene in the void in front of him. The void in front of him was shaking and twisting continuously like water ripples. However, there were huge chains in the void. These chains crisscrossed and covered the void. There were at least dozens of chains in the air. Dozens of chains had sealed off that area of the void. The power of these chains, Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was shocked. He discovered that the chains weren't real, but were made of energy. Lu Ming was very familiar with this kind of energy. It was very similar to the void destruction energy in the Heart Jade Devil Cave. This is the sealed place. We guessed that there used to be a passage here that led to the place where our Divine Master was trapped. Later, it was sealed by the Heavenly Palace. There are a total of 49 chains here. They are all formed by the power of void destruction. They are extremely terrifying. No matter how many experts we sent, we were unable to break through them. Instead, many of our people died. The Heart Jade Magic Cave's array formation was also imitated by our clan's array formation masters after studying these chains for a very long time. However, it is far inferior to the void annihilation power of these chains. At the side, Elder Xen Wu explained to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. He had more or less guessed it. Little friend Mu Yun, we will have to rely on you for the rest. However, the void destruction energy of these chains is extremely terrifying. You must be careful. Another elder from the Sky Heart clan said. This person was called Xen Fan and he was the patriarch of the Sky Heart clan. Patriarch, don't worry. I will do my best. Lu Ming nodded. If he could release the Divine Master Realm expert from the Sky Heart clan, he was naturally willing. It was too difficult for him to escape from the heavenly prison with his own cultivation. It was almost impossible. Therefore, only by creating some chaos and uncertainty would he be able to escape. Releasing the Divine Master Realm expert from the Sky Heart clan was to create uncertainty. On the surface, it looked like he was helping the Sky Heart clan. However, he was also helping himself. Lu Ming observed for a while before he walked toward one of the chains. From afar, the chains didn't look big. However, when he got closer, he realized that the chains were extremely huge. Every chain was bigger than a vast mountain range. Lu Ming's size was like a speck of dust compared to the chains. Lu Ming slowly approached one of the chains. When he got closer, the chain emitted a terrifying fluctuation. A formless energy rushed toward Lu Ming. This energy was extremely terrifying. It was as though it could destroy everything. Its aura was very similar to the arc-shaped light that flew out from the Heart Jade Magic Cave. However, it was even more terrifying. After all, the arc-shaped light from the Heart Jade Magic Cave was created by the Sky Heart clan to imitate the chains. The power of the imitation naturally couldn't be compared to the real thing. From afar, all the big shots from the Sky Heart clan stared at Lu Ming. Their heartbeats quickened and their breathing quickened. They were anticipating and nervous at the same time. Although they had heard from Elder Xen Wu that Lu Ming could break the Heart Jade Magic Cave's array, they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, the energy of these chains was vast and boundless. They were many times more powerful than the array that they had set up. It was still unknown whether Lu Ming could break them. This concerned the fate of their clan. It would be strange if they weren't nervous. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy and covered his body with it. He allowed the formless energy to rush over. That energy was like a gale that blew past Lu Ming's body. However, when it got close to Lu Ming's body, it automatically moved aside. The taboo energy on Lu Ming's body directly cut off that energy. It's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As for the experts from the Sky Heart clan, their eyes lit up as well. They were delighted. Although Lu Ming hadn't officially started to break the chains, they knew very well that it was extremely dangerous to get close to the chains. The Sky Heart clan had paid a huge price in the past. However, Lu Ming was fine. This meant that there was hope. They had succeeded in the first step. Lu Ming continued to move forward and approach the chains. Formless void energy rushed towards Lu Ming from the chains. However, it was all blocked by the taboo energy. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the chain. What followed was the real beginning. Lu Ming needed to use the taboo energy to destroy the chains. Lu Ming stretched out his palm and circulated the taboo energy as he slowly approached the chains. Everyone from the Sky Heart clan felt their hearts rise to their throats. Whether or not it would be effective and whether or not it would succeed would depend on this move. Finally, Lu Ming's palm pressed against the chains. Boom! Lu Ming felt as though the chains had exploded. The berserk void energy rushed towards Lu Ming as though he had poked a hornet's nest. The entire chain was formed by the void energy. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's face changed slightly as he released the taboo energy. Chapter 4254. Lu Ming unleashed his taboo energy and struck out. The taboo energy was like a pillar as it rushed towards the void annihilation energy. Boom! There was a loud bang. The force of void annihilation was penetrated and Lu Ming was unscathed. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The taboo energy was indeed able to break through the void annihilation energy. Let's continue then. Lu Ming placed his palm on the chain as the taboo energy surged out and struck the chain. The chain vibrated continuously as the void annihilation energy surged out. However, Lu Ming broke through it. The void annihilation energy here was stronger than the void annihilation energy in the Heart Jade Demon Cave. However, it couldn't harm Lu Ming. When the taboo energy surged out and broke through the void annihilation energy, it also refined a portion of the void annihilation energy. This way, the void annihilation energy on the chain would be reduced slightly. After a while, the area where Lu Ming's palm was placed on the chain dimmed. It's really effective. It's really effective. Seeing this scene, the Sky Heart tribe members were ecstatic. Previously, they were still worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to deal with the void annihilation energy. Now that they saw that Lu Ming was able to refine it, they could finally relax. As long as he could refine it, it didn't matter if the speed was slow. Over time, he would be able to refine it. Lu Ming continued to pour in his taboo energy. After a few hours, Lu Ming suddenly retreated and distanced himself from the chain. His taboo energy was almost depleted and he needed to replenish it. I reckon that it will take a long time. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. After a few hours, the chain had only been refined a little. He didn't know how long it would take to refine the void annihilation energy on the entire chain. Moreover, there were a total of 49 chains like this. He hoped that the people from the Heavenly Palace wouldn't discover it. Little brother Mu Yun, you've worked hard. Patriarch Xen Fan stepped forward with a smile on his face. He was so happy that he finally saw hope. I'm ashamed. My cultivation is too weak. I don't know how long it will take for me to refine it. Lu Ming said. It doesn't matter. My clan has waited for a long time, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer. Little brother Mu Yun, you should be exhausted, right? If you need anything to recover, just tell me. Xen Fan said. I need a treasure that contains pure energy, or a treasure that contains rich life force, Lu Ming said. That's easy. I have quite a lot here. If it's not enough, I'll immediately send a message back to get more for you, Xin Fan said. With a wave of his hand, one pitch-black crystal after another flew out towards Lu Ming. There were tens of thousands of them. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the crystals away. He then took out a piece and sensed it. He immediately discovered that the crystals did indeed contain an extremely pure energy. This energy was similar to the elvenwood core, but the energy it contained was even denser than the elvenwood core. This is really good stuff. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb it. The energy in the crystal was absorbed and dispersed into every cell in his body. It was then converted into forbidden energy for Lu Ming to use. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to recover to his peak state. After recovering, Lu Ming continued to refine the chain. When his energy was exhausted, he returned to absorb the energy of the crystal to recover. Just like that, the cycle repeated itself. Time passed day by day. As time passed, the void annihilation energy on the chain grew dimmer and dimmer. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Lu Ming spent a total of 10 years before he finally refined one of the chains completely. Phew, the progress is faster than I expected. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If he took 10 years to refine one chain, he would be able to refine all 49 chains in 490 years. What was 490 years to them? It was just a blink of an eye. After refining the first chain, he started to refine the second chain. It was worth mentioning that during this period, the Sky Heart tribe sent Lu Ming a large number of black crystals. There were hundreds of thousands of them to ensure that Lu Ming had sufficient energy. Lu Ming naturally kept them without hesitation. He knew very well that he did not need so many crystals to refine the 49 chains. However, Lu Ming had no intention of returning the extra crystals. The more such treasures, the better. Time passed quickly year after year. Finally, after 490 years, the 49 chains were completely refined by Lu Ming. When the last chain disappeared, Lu Ming quickly retreated to the side of the expert from the Sky Heart tribe. Rumble. The void began to tremble violently. The void rippled like water. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the middle of the void. This black dot seemed to have a great attractive force that sucked in everything around it. And this black dot was rapidly growing in size. Soon, the black dot turned into a huge black hole that was dozens of meters in diameter. Through the black hole, one could vaguely see that there were spots of starlight on the other side. However, they were very dim. Starlight? Could this hole lead to the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. If it led directly to the chaotic universe, wouldn't he be able to escape directly? The eyes of the experts from the Sky Heart tribe lit up. Obviously, they had thought of this too. Could it lead directly to the chaotic universe? Someone whispered, I'm not sure. Even if it doesn't lead to the chaotic universe, it should lead to the place where our divine master experts are imprisoned. This is a good thing for us. That's right. The passageway has been formed. Once it stabilizes, we'll immediately send someone to check it out. The experts from the Sky Heart tribe spoke one after another and decided on a plan. Everyone waited quietly. After about 3 days, the passageway stabilized completely. Holes that were 1,000 meters in diameter appeared in the air. Patriarch, let's set off. Immediately, more than 10 people asked for permission. These people were the top experts from the Sky Heart tribe. All of them were peak emperor gods. All right. Be careful. If there's anything, report back immediately, Elder Xin Fan said. Then, the experts from the Sky Heart tribe set off. They flew toward the black hole and disappeared within it. Everyone waited anxiously. Especially the Sky Heart tribe. After spending countless years and exhausting countless efforts, would he be able to succeed this time? Although they guessed that the Divine Master experts from the Sky Heart tribe were imprisoned on the other side of the black hole, they weren't sure if it was true. Lu Ming was also filled with anticipation. In fact, he was more excited to see the chaotic universe on the other side. Then he could escape directly. This was because even if they released the Divine Master experts from the Skyheart tribe, they would only have the hope of escaping. They might not be able to escape. Chapter 4255. They did not have to wait for long. About half an hour later, some people flew over from the other side of the hole. They were the men from the Skyheart tribe. However, at that moment, the dozen or so Skyheart clan members all had terrified looks on their faces. Their faces were pale and they were covered in cold sweat. They flew over quickly as though they had encountered something terrifying. Clan leader Xen Fan and the others were nervous. They released their auras and were prepared for a big battle. They thought that there would be some terrifying existence coming from the other side of the black hole. However, when the men from the Skyheart tribe arrived, there was nothing coming after them. What's going on? Why are you so terrified? What did you encounter? Clan leader Xen Fan shouted and asked the men from the Skyheart tribe. However, he did not let his guard down and continued to stare at the black hole. Corpses, terrifying corpses, one of the old men from the Skyheart tribe said. He was an elder of the Skyheart tribe and he was a peak emperor god. However, at this moment he was terrified. Corpses? What's going on? Is there any danger over there? Did you find any divine masters? Elder Xen Fan asked a few questions. No, there is no danger over there and no divine masters have been found. There are only corpses over there. A large number of corpses. Clan leader, you will know when you go over. The elder from the Skyheart tribe said. The hearts of clan leader Xen Fan and the others sank. They did not see any divine masters from the Skyheart tribe. Could it be that the divine masters from the Skyheart tribe were not imprisoned over there? Since there is no danger, why don't we go over and take a look? Lu Ming said. All right, let's go over and take a look. Clan leader Xen Fan nodded. Only a few of them were left behind in case of an emergency. The rest of them flew towards the black hole, including Lu Ming. Lu Ming was also curious about the situation over there. Soon, they passed through the black hole and came to an unfamiliar region. It was indeed a starry sky with specks of starlight. However, when they looked into the distance, their faces changed drastically. Corpses. They were all corpses. There were corpses floating in the starry sky in front of them. These corpses belonged to various living beings and they were huge. The small ones were the size of a mountain while the large ones were the size of a planet or even bigger than a planet. That is, the corpse of a primordial divine spirit. When Lu Ming's gaze landed on the largest corpse, he couldn't help but exclaim. The corpse was even larger than a planet. Its fist was equivalent to a planet. Judging from its size, it was easy to tell that it was a primordial god. Only, this primordial deity's head was gone, as if it had been chopped off by someone. Let's go and take a look. Xen Fan Patriarch suppressed the shock in his heart and said. Everyone nodded and flew forward. It did not take long for them to reach the large number of corpses. From afar, the corpses seemed to be packed together, but when they got closer, they realized that the corpses were separated from each other by a large distance. There was not a single trace of life. They were all dead. Some were split into two halves, some had their heads chopped open, and some had their glabella pierced. All of them had been killed by terrifying means. Furthermore, each of the corpses was emitting a terrifying aura. It was so piercing that their skin felt like it was being cut apart. What terrifying auras! Could these corpses have all been divine masters when they were alive? Lu Ming muttered in a low voice. His voice was extremely solemn. Yes, divine masters. All of them were divine masters. Why are there so many corpses? What is going on? Xen Fan Patriarch said. His voice was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. There were too many corpses. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 corpses. These were all Divine Master Realm experts. Anyone who saw over 1,000 Divine Master Realm experts' corpses at once would be terrified. These were Divine Masters, the pinnacle of combat strength in the universe. The more they looked, the more terrified they became. Was this a place where divine masters were buried? As for who did this, it was needless to say that it was the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace had actually slaughtered so many Divine Master Realm experts and buried them here. They suppressed the fear in their hearts and continued to look. There were all kinds of races. Lu Ming saw a gigantic divine dragon. The dragon's body was billions of miles long, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. There was also a phoenix that was as big as a planet. Among them, there were some special races that Lu Ming had never heard of before. Can I take away the original divine spirit's corpse? Lu Ming suppressed the shock in his heart and started to think. These were all divine master corpses. It could be said that they were all priceless treasures, especially if there were any corpses of devil lords or fiend divine lords. Those would be of great use to bone devils. Lu Ming flew towards the original divine spirit's corpse. The original divine spirit's corpse was emitting a terrifying qi. That qi cut Lu Ming's body like a knife. Lu Ming circulated the taboo power with all his might to resist this aura. The original divine spirit had been dead for many years. Even though the qi was terrifying, it wasn't unstoppable. Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer wouldn't have been able to resist it. They would have been killed as soon as they got close. However, Lu Ming was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. He could resist that qi. After getting closer, Lu Ming looked at the corpse carefully. There's no blood. The blood has dried up. What should I do? Lu Ming frowned. The corpse was too big. It was impossible to carry it all away. His interspatial ring couldn't hold it. He could only get some blood and bones. But there wasn't any. Let's see if I can cut off some bones. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and slashed at the original divine spirit's body. But the sword bounced back. It didn't leave a single mark on the original divine spirit's skin. Lu Ming tried again, but it didn't work. In the end, he gave up. When the Sky Heart clan saw Lu Ming's reaction, they were also tempted. They sent divine masters to take some materials back. However, even though they were peak great supreme gods, they couldn't do it. In the end, they came up empty-handed. Let's go to other places, said Xian Fan. They had come to look for the divine masters of the Sky Heart clan. Since they hadn't found any, they weren't willing to give up. They wanted to continue looking. They chose a direction and continued flying. Then they found more corpses. In the end, they found a few thousand corpses. They were all divine masters. It was terrifying. They were all divine masters' corpses. Our divine masters, shouted an elder of the Sky Heart clan suddenly. Chapter 4256. That is, our tribe's divine master, an elder from the Sky Heart tribe exclaimed. Everyone was shocked and they immediately looked in a direction. Everyone from the Sky Heart tribe turned pale when they saw that direction. Their faces turned pale. There was indeed a member of the Sky Heart tribe there. However, it was a corpse. Just like the other corpses, it was floating there quietly. Everyone from the Sky Heart race had pale faces. They had put in so much effort to find the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe and hoped that the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe would bring them out of this place. Was this the outcome? Their eyes were filled with despair. There is... Another member of the Sky Heart tribe pointed into the distance and said with a trembling voice. Everyone looked over and saw another corpse of the Sky Heart tribe. Judging from its aura, it was also a divine master. Xian Fan and the rest turned even paler. Indeed, they found a few more corpses of the divine masters of the Sky Heart tribe. They had found 5 corpses in total. At that moment, everyone from the Sky Heart tribe was filled with despair. There was no need to search anymore. It was obvious that the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe was dead. He was not trapped in a certain place. He had been killed. Despair filled their faces. Especially Xian Fan and the rest, they looked as though they had aged countless years in an instant. Is our Sky Heart tribe destined to perish? Destined to be imprisoned in the Sky Prison forever? Clan leader Xian Fan sighed. Does clan leader Xian Fan want to give up? We might be able to find a way out here. Lu Ming said. His words lit up the eyes of clan leader Xian Fan and the rest. Yes, they had not given up hope yet. Although the divine master of the Sky Heart tribe was dead, it did not mean that they could not leave this place. Perhaps there was a way out of this place where the divine master was buried? They could not give up. Let's continue forward. Clan leader Xian Fan said. They immediately decided on a direction and continued forward. Slowly, the number of corpses floating in the air decreased. Not long after, their vision cleared up. There were no more corpses in front of them. It was a starry sky. The starry sky was empty and deep. They could not see the end of it. They looked hopeful as they continued forward. In front of them, they didn't see any more divine master corpses. However, this part of the starry sky was very strange. There were very few stars, and they could only see a few stars occasionally. They flew forward for several days and found nothing. It seems like this place is also a cage that buries the corpses of god lords. An elder of the Sky Heart race sighed. The last glimmer of hope in his eyes disappeared without a trace. It was the same for the other Sky Heart tribe members. Is there really no way out? Lu Ming's heart began to waver. No, as long as there's still a glimmer of hope, I can't give up. Lu Ming shook his head, and his gaze became firm again. Immediately, they continued their journey. Although the members of the Sky Heart race were in despair, they didn't want to give up just like that. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Look, that's a universe black hole. Suddenly, an elder from the Sky Heart race pointed to the front. Everyone looked over. Sure enough, an incomparably deep black hole had appeared in the starry sky ahead. It was incomparably huge, floating in the universe. There were no stars or substances in the surroundings. Not even light could be seen. A universe black hole. This was a true universe black hole. It had an incomparably terrifying attractive force that could suck in any matter, including light. Everyone's expression turned solemn. There was actually a universe black hole here. In the universe black holes were generally forbidden grounds. Even god emperors would find it hard to escape if they were trapped inside. Not to mention god emperors, even some god lords would be in danger if they were trapped inside. Let's go around it. Don't go near it. Clan leader Xian Fan said. Everyone nodded and planned to go around it. Everyone flew to the side. Something's not right. Look, there's something in the universe black hole. Suddenly, someone shouted. At this moment, everyone's pupils contracted. Because they had also noticed something. At the core of the universe black hole, there was light spreading out. The universe black hole that was said to be able to devour light actually had light spreading out. It was truly shocking. Everyone took a closer look, and their hearts beat wildly. It seemed to be a coffin, a golden coffin. In the universe black hole, there was actually a golden coffin floating. This was somewhat unbelievable. Who was buried in the coffin? It was actually emitting light and people outside could see it. This place is not to be underestimated. Clan leader Xian Fan said solemnly. Indeed, it might be an important place in the Heavenly Palace. Let's take a look. An elder of the Sky Heart clan said. Everyone nodded and went around the universe black hole from afar. However, not long after, they saw another shocking scene. Because they saw a second universe black hole. In this universe black hole, there was also light emitting out. They also saw something. There was a cage in this black hole. It was made of some kind of strange metal. Inside the cage, one could vaguely see a creature. It was extremely tall and sturdy, and it was incomparably huge. It was lying in the cage, motionless. These universe black holes, could they really be cages that trap some terrifying existence? An elder of the Sky Heart clan said with a trembling voice. The rest did not speak, but their expressions were solemn. They also had the same guess in their hearts. Next, they continued to move forward and discovered a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there was something in every universe black hole. Some of them were cages, some were coffins, and some were even big boxes. They even saw a massive life form floating in the center of the universe's black hole. This life form's body was pierced through by chains, and the other end of the chains extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. It was unknown where it led. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. In every universe black hole, there was a high possibility that an extremely powerful being was trapped. These beings were definitely terrifying. Moreover, no one knew if they were dead or alive. No one knew how long these living beings had been trapped. Some of them might have already fallen. Forget it, it seems like this is also a cage. A cage that is of a higher level than the heavenly prison. It's impossible for us to get out. Let's give up. An elder of the Sky Heart clan sighed. His eyes were filled with despair. The rest of the Sky Heart clan, including the clan leader of the Sky Heart clan, were similar. It was obvious that this was indeed a cage, a higher-level cage. The heavenly prison imprisoned those below the almighty realm. However, this place imprisoned those above the almighty realm. Moreover, even if the almighty realm of the heavenly human tribe was still alive, they were trapped in the universe black hole. It was impossible for them to rescue them. Once they got close to the black hole, they would be devoured by the power of the black hole. Chapter 4257. Let's go back. It's futile to continue searching. If we encounter the people from the heavenly palace, we won't even be able to preserve the last of our bloodline. Clan leader Xen Fan sighed and made his decision. The other powerful figures from the Sky Heart tribe nodded as well. They then turned and headed in the direction they came from. After flying for a while, Elder Xen Fan stopped and turned to Lu Ming. Brother Mu Yun, aren't you leaving? Yes, Lu Ming had been standing there and he didn't follow clan leader Xen Fan and the others. Clan leader Xen Fan, you guys go back first. I'll take a look around. Lu Ming said. He was still unwilling to give up and wanted to continue exploring. Alright, be careful. I'll leave someone at the entrance to wait for you. Clan leader Xen Fan said. Clan leader, don't worry. If anything happens to me, I won't say a word about the Sky Heart tribe. Lu Ming said. Clan leader Xen Fan and the others were relieved. They bade farewell to Lu Ming and flew back to the direction they came from. Soon, they disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming sized up the surroundings and then continued to fly in the direction that he had been heading earlier. Next, Lu Ming saw a few more universe black holes. Without exception, there were things in the universe black holes. To think that there are so many black holes in the universe here. It doesn't make sense for them to be so densely packed. Could it be that they were opened by the experts of the Heavenly Palace? Such combat strength is really incredible, Lu Ming thought. The strength of the Heavenly Palace was even more unfathomable. The universe black holes were terrifying. Even divine masters would be in danger if they entered. However, they were opened up and used to imprison criminals. It was shocking. The living beings in the universe black holes should be dead. There's no movement. After all, the living beings in the universe black holes had been trapped for many years. It was normal for them to die. Lu Ming didn't give up and continued to fly. And that seems to be a human. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In front of him, another cosmic black hole appeared. In the center of this cosmic black hole, there was a figure. This figure looked exactly the same as a human. He floated there, his hair disheveled. His body was bound by 8 chains, and the other end of the chains led to the depths of the universe's black hole. It was very strange. He was clearly in the black hole of the universe. The black hole of the universe could devour everything, including light. Moreover, this figure was extremely small compared to the black hole of the universe. However, Lu Ming could see this figure clearly. It was a marvelous feeling. It was as if this figure was emitting a marvelous light that allowed Lu Ming to see it clearly. This should be a human. There's no mistake about it. It's a pity that such a powerful being of the human race has died. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to go around the black hole and leave, his body suddenly stiffened. That's not right. Just now, he seemed to have moved. Lu Ming's heart was beating wildly. He clearly saw the finger of the figure in the black hole twitch slightly. If it was an ordinary person, they might suspect that they were hallucinating. However, at Lu Ming's level, it was almost impossible for him to have hallucinations. He was 100% sure that the figure's finger did move just now. Could it be that this figure is still alive? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a thought flashed across his mind. If the figure was still alive, perhaps he could learn some secrets of this place from him. As for rescuing the figure, sorry, Lu Ming didn't have that ability yet. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the figure in the cosmic black hole. After a while, The figure's finger twitched again. That's right, he was right. This person was definitely still alive. Lu Ming looked hopeful as he continued to watch. Next, the figure's finger twitched a few times in a row. Then, his arm suddenly moved. Clang. The chains on his arm vibrated and came out of the black hole. Swish. After that, Lu Ming saw two dazzling rays of light emerge from the figure's messy hair. Those two rays of light were like divine swords that pierced through the darkness. It was dazzling. It came from the figure's eyes. So, it's a little boy of the 9th godly emperor layer. A deep voice came from the person's mouth, and it was filled with disappointment. Clang. The figure's body shook, and the chains around him rattled. He raised his head and revealed his face. He was very young, around 20 years old. He was very handsome. His eyes were filled with divine light. It seemed like sword lights were flying out of his eyes, as if they were going to pierce through the sky. That person's voice can come out. Lu Ming was surprised. The cosmic black hole could swallow everything, even light. Of course, it could swallow sound. However, that person's voice could come out as well as the sound of the chains. Lu Ming could only conclude that that person's cultivation level was too high. It was beyond common sense. My voice can't come out, whispered Lu Ming. His cultivation level wasn't that high. If he spoke, he would be swallowed by the cosmic black hole. Your voice can't come out, but I can hear it, whispered Lu Ming. The other person's voice came again. You can hear me? Lu Ming was delighted. He hastily cupped his fist and asked, Master, who are you? How come you're trapped here? Puma, it's a long story. I'm curious though. You're just a tiny cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer. How come you're here? No, wait. Suddenly, the other party seemed to have discovered the sound. There was an even more dazzling glow in his eyes. He stared intently at Lu Ming, as though he wanted to see through all of Lu Ming's secrets. Forbidden strength. You can control forbidden strength. You have a forbidden body? A shocked voice sounded from that figure's mouth. Lu Ming frowned and said, How can you tell? He was really surprised. Forbidden strength was difficult to see on the surface. When he was in the heavenly palace, even the Lord of Heaven hadn't been able to see through it. But the person in front of him was separated by a cosmic black hole. They were so far apart and he was trapped. How could he see that he controlled forbidden strength? Don't be surprised. I'm very familiar with forbidden strength because my teacher has a forbidden body. How could I not see through it? Laughed the voice. What? Lu Ming was astonished. The other person's teacher had a forbidden body. Until now, Lu Ming only knew of 3 people with taboo bodies. One was Fei Huang. One was the leader of the ancient divine court. The other was Xian Yanqing's previous life, Tang Qing's father. Who was the other person's teacher? Was it one of them? Chapter 4258. Is your master senior Fei Huang, the lord of the grand ancient divine court, or is his surname Tang? Lu Ming asked the question in his heart. Little guy, you know a lot at such a young age. To tell you the truth, my master's surname is Tang. The figure in the black hole said. His surname is really Tang. Is he really Xiao Qing's father in her previous life? Many thoughts emerged in Lu Ming's mind. If it was true, then he had met one of his own. Senior, do you know Tang Jun and Tang Qing? Lu Ming asked. Tang Jun and Tang Qing are my master's daughters and my junior sisters. How can I not know them? It's a pity that they died in the battle back then. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of geniuses. Their talent is much higher than mine. The man in the black hole sighed deeply and suddenly thought of something. He stared at Lu Ming and said, The 2 junior sisters have died countless years ago. How do you know their names? You said Senior Fei Huang just now. You know Senior Fei Huang. She told you, right? The Tang Qing and Tang Jun are not dead. They are still alive. Lu Ming said. Still alive? How is that possible? They died in the battle back then. How can they still be alive? Kid, don't try to lie to me. The man in the black hole said. They did die in their previous life, but they reincarnated. Lu Ming said. Ha, reincarnation? How is that possible? Who in the world can really reincarnate? No, did my master succeed? Yes, My master must have succeeded. The man in the black hole first muttered to himself, then laughed crazily. Senior, what I said is true. Tang Qing reincarnated as Xian Yanqing, and she is my wife, Lu Ming said. Your wife? The man in the black hole widened his eyes again. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. After a long while, he guessed, you have a taboo body. You are worthy of junior sister. In that case, we are on the same side. I hope you didn't lie to me. Senior, I can swear that everything I said just now is true. Oh right, junior is Lu Ming. How should I address senior? Lu Ming said. Since the other party was Xian Yanqing's senior brother in his previous life, then they were on the same side. Lu Ming naturally had no need to hide his name. Back then, people called me the Third Demon Sword. You can call me the Third Demon Sword. The man in the black hole said. The Third Demon Sword? What a strange name. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. No, the two junior sisters are fine. This is great. I must go out and meet them, the Third Demon Sword muttered to himself. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body as he struggled with all his might. Clang! Clang! The chains began to shake violently, emitting violent vibrations. In the end, the Third Demon Sword couldn't break free. Damn it, my power has been sealed and I'm far from my peak state. I can't get out at all. The Third Demon Sword roared. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, you have a taboo body and are the husband of my junior sisters. We are on the same side. You have to help me get out of this black hole. As long as you help me leave this black hole, I can take you out of here. Hearing the Third Demon Sword's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as the other party could escape, he could take him out of here. This made Lu Ming very tempted. However, he was immediately discouraged. The other party was in the universe's black hole. How could he help? Senior, you are in the universe's black hole. I can't help you at all. With my cultivation, once I step into the universe's black hole, I will be completely swallowed by the power of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming said, This is a problem. With your taboo power, you should be able to help me cut these chains, but you can't come in at all. The Third Demon Sword frowned and thought. After a while, the Third Demon Sword said, The main thing is that my power is too weak. If I can recover a part of my power, I can take you into the black hole. How can I help you recover a part of your power? I have some crystal stones here. I don't know if they can help. Lu Ming took out the crystal stones given to him by the Sky Heart clan. He had used half of them before, so there was still half left. It's useless. This energy is too weak. It won't be of much use to me. If you want to help me recover my power, there is only one way. At this point, the Third Demon Sword stopped. What? Lu Ming asked. I am a sword cultivator. Around this starry sky, there should be many floating corpses and even some broken magic weapons. Among them, there are some sword-type magic weapons that will be of great use to me. If you can get me a few sword-type magic weapons for me to absorb, my power will recover a lot. However, this world can also be called a prison. It is patrolled by experts from the Heavenly Palace. If you encounter them, it will be very dangerous. The Third Demon Sword Dao. Broken magic weapons? Why haven't I seen them before? Lu Ming was puzzled. He had only seen corpses and not broken magic weapons. You came from that direction, right? There might not be any in that direction, but there should be in the opposite direction. If I remember correctly, there should be an ancient battlefield in that direction. There should be broken magic weapons floating there. The Third Demon Sword explained. Okay, I'll get you some broken sword-type magic weapons. Lu Ming nodded, his eyes resolute. If he wanted to leave this place, he had to take this risk. Otherwise, he would be imprisoned here for the rest of his life. How could he be willing to accept that? Moreover, even if he encountered experts from the Heavenly Palace, they might not kill him. If they killed him, how could the Heavenly Palace obtain the forbidden power? Therefore, he decided to take action. After asking for directions, Lu Ming flew in that direction. Next, Lu Ming passed by at least a dozen black holes. However, there was no movement in them. They were all very quiet, and he did not know whether they were dead or alive. Lu Ming ignored them and continued forward. Finally, he saw a large number of objects floating in the starry sky ahead. Broken stars, dilapidated palaces, corpses of experts, and broken magic weapons. This place really did look like an ancient battlefield. Sword-type magic weapons? Lu Ming looked around and began to look for sword-type magic weapons. Got it. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a battle sword. Only half of the sword was left, but it was enormous. It floated there for millions of miles. It's so big. How can I take it away? Lu Ming felt a headache coming on. He flew over and tried to put it into his storage ring, but he failed. I can only push it over. I hope I won't be discovered. Lu Ming thought helplessly. This broken magic weapon must have been of a very high level before it was broken. Even now, it was still emitting terrifying fluctuations. However, too many years had passed, and Lu Ming could still bear the remaining fluctuations. Chapter 4259. Lu Ming placed his palms on the back of the broken divine weapon and pushed it with all his might. Fortunately, this was the void and there were no obstacles. It was not too difficult to push it. He just needed to avoid the black holes in the universe. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally pushed the broken battle sword to the side of the black hole where the third demon sword was. Go! Lu Ming pushed with all his might and the broken battle sword flew into the black hole. Buzz! When the broken battle sword flew into the black hole, it seemed to be under great pressure and the sword began to vibrate. However, this battle sword was obviously of a very high level and its material was extraordinary. It was incomparably hard and successfully blocked the suction force of the black hole. Soon, the broken battle sword was not far from the third demon sword. Whoosh! The third demon sword opened its mouth and inhaled. A powerful suction force was generated and the broken battle sword flew quickly into its mouth. The sword that was originally 1,000,000 meters long quickly shrank and flew into the third demon sword's mouth and disappeared. The third demon sword's body swelled a little, but it disappeared immediately. A light flashed in its eyes and quickly disappeared. Not bad. This broken battle sword helped me recover a lot of strength. Unfortunately, it's not enough. If only I had 2 more of this type of battle sword. The third demon sword said. I'll continue to search. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and continued to head toward the previous battlefield. Very soon he returned there. There were many broken divine weapons here. Many of them were incomparably huge and emitted terrifying fluctuations. If only Qiuqiu was here, it would be great. Unfortunately, I can't take most of them away. Let's see if I can take some of the smaller ones. Lu Ming pondered and then began to search. He picked a very small divine weapon and activated the storage ring. This time, he successfully put away the broken divine weapon. This small one is really possible. I'll collect more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although this small divine weapon was not as extraordinary as the large ones, it was still not to be underestimated. It was definitely a rare treasure for Qiuqiu. In the end, Lu Ming collected over 100 small broken divine weapons before he stopped. Then, Lu Ming found an incomparably huge broken sword and continued to push it towards the black hole where the third demon sword was. Nothing unusual happened along the way. When he returned to the black hole, he repeated the same trick and pushed the broken sword towards the third demon sword. After swallowing the third devil sword, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield. As long as there was another broken sword of the same level, it would be enough. Lu Ming continued his search. Suddenly, Lu Ming's pupils shrank, because he sensed that there was a light shadow rapidly flying towards them from afar. Someone was coming. Lu Ming's heart raced. Those who could move freely here were most likely from the heavenly palace. Fortunately, the battlefield he was in was filled with huge corpses, broken divine weapons, and dilapidated palaces. Compared to them, he was as small as a speck of dust. The other party probably hadn't discovered him yet. However, he had to find a way to hide. When the other party got closer, they might discover him. What should I do? Where should I hide? Lu Ming's mind raced, and then his eyes swept across a huge corpse. It was a huge creature, like a lion, but it had no hair on its body, only scales. That's it. Lu Ming flew directly towards the lion-like creature, and then rushed into one of the scales. This kind of creature was too big, and a scale was incomparably huge, making it easy to hide. Roar. As soon as Lu Ming hid, he heard a roar. This is the sound of a dragon's roar. Is this the Dragon Clan? Why would there be a Dragon Clan here? Lu Ming was extremely surprised. The Divine Dragon Clan was destroyed by the Heavenly Palace back then. Why would there be a Dragon Clan here? Could it be that they were also trapped here? And judging from the sound, the aura was extremely terrifying, as if it had reached the peak Divine Emperor realm. Lu Ming was very curious. He didn't dare to spread out his spiritual consciousness, but secretly stuck his head out to look. Outside, there was a war chariot. He could see a golden-haired middle-aged man sitting on the war chariot, obviously from the Heavenly Human Clan. And in front of the war chariot, there were 9 divine dragons. These 9 divine dragons were used to pull the war chariot. Damn it, it seems that these 9 divine dragons were captured by the Heavenly Palace. They are all peak divine dragons, but they are used to pull the war chariot. What a great humiliation! Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he restrained his aura to the extreme. The war chariot was definitely very powerful, and was definitely a divine master. If he was discovered by the other party, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, the other party didn't care. He just glanced at him casually, and then drove the divine dragons away, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Ming didn't dare to relax, and still hid in the scales, waiting. After a full half an hour, Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, Lu Ming still didn't take action, but continued to wait. There were indeed Heavenly Palace patrollers in this cage. More than an hour passed, and the Heavenly Palace patrollers didn't appear again. They should have gone far away. Lu Ming then began to move. He found a huge broken divine sword, and then pushed it in the direction of the 3rd demon sword. Along the way, Lu Ming's spirit was highly tensed. It was fine when he didn't see the Heavenly Palace patrollers, but now that he saw them, Lu Ming was much more nervous, and he was constantly on guard, afraid that they would suddenly appear. Fortunately, Lu Ming managed to bring the broken divine sword to the 3rd demon sword without any mishap. "Senior, I just saw the Heavenly Palace patrollers. We have to speed up," Lu Ming said, and then pushed the huge broken divine sword into the black hole, and the 3rd demon sword swallowed it. After the 3rd demon sword swallowed the broken divine sword, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from its body, and its eyes shone with a terrifying sword chi. "My strength has recovered a lot, and it's enough to bring you in. Lu Ming, fly over," the 3rd demon sword said. "Okay." Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all, and directly rushed into the black hole. This made the 3rd demon sword's eyes flash with a hint of admiration. One must know that rushing into a black hole was very dangerous. If one was careless, there was a risk of death. However, Lu Ming was very decisive, without the slightest hesitation. This showed that Lu Ming was a decisive person, and the 3rd demon sword admired this kind of character. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the black hole, he felt a terrible suction force enveloping him, pulling him into the center of the black hole. At the same time, this force was very terrifying, as if it wanted to tear Lu Ming's body to pieces. Lu Ming found that with his current strength, in front of this suction force, he was very small and insignificant. However, in the next moment, a gentle force surged and enveloped him. Suddenly, the suction force outside was blocked by this gentle force. Chapter 4260. A gentle force blocked the suction force of the universe's black hole. Lu Ming was safe and sound as he flew toward the center of the universe. Soon, he reached the side of the 3rd demon sword. He could see that the 3rd demon sword was very handsome. He was tall and sturdy, and there was a demonic look in his eyes. His body was shackled by 8 pitch-black chains. One of them was in his body, while the other extended into the depths of the universe's black hole. The energy of these chains seems to be similar to the void energy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. When he got closer, he realized that these chains were also made of a kind of energy. It was very similar to the void energy, but many times more condensed. It looked like they were real. "You just need to cut off one of the chains, and I'll be able to escape. With your taboo energy, it shouldn't be difficult." The third demon sword said. All right, I'll do it now. Lu Ming said. He felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to save the third demon sword as soon as possible. With the protection of the third demon sword, he did not have to worry about the suction force of the black hole. He stepped forward and formed a battle sword with his taboo energy. Then he slashed at one of the chains. Clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. The chain vibrated and a mark appeared on it. It's so hard, but it's effective. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as it was effective, he would be able to cut it off sooner or later. The third demon sword's eyes also lit up. He had been trapped here for a long time. Now he finally saw hope of getting out. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Ming kept waving his sword and slashing at the chain. The chain kept vibrating and the mark became deeper and deeper, gradually sinking in. It seemed that it would not take long to cut it off. This was different from the chain that helped the Sky Heart tribe refine the entrance. That kind of chain was very thick, and it needed to be completely refined, which took a lot of time. Although this kind of chain was very solid, it was not thick. Furthermore, he only needed to cut it off, not refine it. Therefore, the time needed was much shorter. Just as Lu Ming was slashing at the chains, a dragon's roar resounded from the battlefield where Lu Ming had collected the broken divine weapons. With a flash of light, 9 divine dragons pulling a war chariot appeared. The person sitting on the war chariot was the heavenly human tribe expert that Lu Ming had seen before. At this moment, the heavenly human powerhouse frowned slightly. He scanned the battlefield and muttered, I keep feeling that something is wrong. What exactly is wrong? The celestial race stepped out, walked out of the war chariot, and began to patrol the nearby area. No, it's broken divine weapons. There are fewer broken divine weapons. Suddenly, a low growl came from the heavenly human tribe powerhouse. This battlefield had existed for countless years. There were broken palaces, broken planets, corpses, and broken divine weapons everywhere. Therefore, the last time he came, he didn't pay much attention to it and left after a glance. However, after he left, he still felt that something was amiss. Thus, after walking around in a circle, he returned to this place and carefully observed it. Finally, he discovered something. Many broken divine weapons were missing. The broken divine weapons wouldn't run away on their own. Someone must have taken them away. There were only a few patrollers in this cage. He knew all of them very well. It couldn't have been them who took them away. Who exactly is it? Could it be that the existence in a black hole has escaped? But how is that possible? The heavenly human powerhouse pondered, but he couldn't figure it out. Spread the news first. I'll look around. No matter who it is, they won't have a good ending. The heavenly human powerhouse's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He sent a few messages through the illusory divine jade, then stepped out and landed on the war chariot. Let's go! The heavenly human powerhouse shouted. The 9 divine dragons roared, twisted their bodies, and flew into the distance. Clang, clang, clang. In the black hole where the third demon sword was, Lu Ming continued to slash with all his might. After his continuous slashes, the chain was finally about to be cut off. Only a thin layer was left. Soon, the third demon sword was excited and expectant. How many years had it been trapped? He couldn't even count. It had been at least a few dozen stellar years. It was a torture to be trapped alone in a black hole that never saw the light of day for such a long distance. Not many people in the world could withstand such torture. Many people would go crazy, but he had withstood it. Now he finally saw hope. He was finally going to be free. Oh no! Suddenly, the third demon sword's expression changed. He looked into the distance. He heard the roar of a dragon. Then, 9 divine dragons flew over quickly with a war chariot. The patrollers have been discovered. Lu Ming, you have to work harder. Otherwise, both of us will die, the third demon sword said. It's that guy. Lu Ming also noticed the patrollers. His face was very serious. He forced out all the power in his body and slashed at the chain. Clang, clang. The last layer of the chain was even thinner. It was about to break. The patrollers also noticed this scene. Shocking, murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Kid, where did you come from? Do you want to die? The patrollers shouted. They stood on the war chariot, holding a sky halberd. The power of heaven burst out and the halberd slashed at the black hole. Suddenly, an incomparably huge halberd condensed and slashed at the center of the black hole. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even through the black hole, Lu Ming could feel the horror of this attack. This person's combat strength is so strong. He's definitely not an ordinary divine master. His combat strength is probably close to the level of the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming thought in his mind. The battle sword in his hand did not stop slashing at all. In the blink of an eye, the huge halberd slashed at them. However, this was a black hole. No matter how strong this person was, his attack was still affected by the black hole. The closer he was to Lu Ming, the weaker his attack became. Sword whistle. The third demon sword shouted and let out a long whistle. A black light spurted out of his mouth. This black light turned into a sword light. The sword light was shocking and flew out. Boom! The black sword light collided with the halberd, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, the energy was quickly swallowed up by the black hole. The patroller's attack was blocked. The third demon sword's body swayed, shaking the chains and making clanging sounds. Lu Ming, work harder. This guy's cultivation is limited. A part of his attack was swallowed by the black hole. I can barely block it. If 1 or 2 more people come, we'll be finished. The third demon sword shouted. At the same time, he used all the power he could to resist. Unfortunately, he was sealed. He could only use a little of his power. In the face of such a situation, he was not very confident. I've already used all my strength. You have to hold on. Soon, we'll succeed. Lu Ming shouted and continued to slash at the chains.